AI native education and its participatory paradigm, the need of the hour, the demand of the future, the call of the times. Keeping this in mind, we at Scottish Church College welcome you to FETS, Faculty Excellence in Teaching and Scholarship, a 2-day professional development workshop for administrators and faculty members, organized by IHA, All India Association for Christian Higher Education, in collaboration with Asia Network of the United States, Scottish Church College, Kolkata, and St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, Kolkata. We begin with a prayer to the Almighty God. And to lead us in prayer, I would invite Secretary, Scottish Church College, Dr. S.K. Mukuti, to the dais.
Good morning. Before I lead you to prayer, I just read out 2 verses from the Proverbs, book of Proverbs written by King Solomon. Choose my instructions instead of silver, knowledge rather than choice gold. For wisdom is more precious than rubies, and nothing you desire can compare with her. And again, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. Knowledge of the Holy One is the understanding. Let us bow down our head in prayer. Almighty God, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, as we have gathered together here, we beseech your presence in this inaugural ceremony of International Faculty Development Program organized by All India Association of Christian Higher Education in collaboration with Asia Network of United States, Scottish Church College and St. Paul's College, Kolkata. It is our duty and joy to seek your divine guidance and wisdom as the new chapter begins. We acknowledge that you are the source of all knowledge and wisdom. The wisest person, Solomon, said, "Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom." Lord, we commit all the resource persons, facilitators, particularly the speakers, Dr. Glenn Sheep, Professor Lauren Waybright, Professor Mark Pixley, Father Vedam, and Father Varghese, into thy mighty hands, so that their deliberations, clarity, discernment may lead us to think in a renewed way, relevant to the modern day advancement of technology and explosion of knowledge. Let all who are participants here be strengthened with renewed vigor and strength to open new opportunities and purposes. Lord, bless each one of us, participants as well as speakers, to see true light for the good of mankind. Let the Lord shine his face upon you. Inspire us with your love. Unite us in your spirit in the joy of sharing of knowledge and understanding. We commit the entire 2-day program into thy mighty hand. We ask these prayers in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Mukuti, for leading us in prayer. Scottish Church College and St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College share their college hymn. So let us all stand up in unison for our colleges, and we will be singing the hymn. It is there in the kits of the participants. I had explained this to you. Let us all stand, and the hymn will be led by Professor Pinaki Mondol.
And for those who have the white booklet, so there is no laptop. For those who have the white booklet, it is page number 35, song number 5. Page number 35, song number 5. O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come, our shelter from the stormy blast, and our eternal home. Under the shadow of thy throne, still may we dwell secure. Sufficient is thine arm alone, and our defense is sure. Before the hills in order stood, or earth received her frame. From everlasting thou art God, to endless years the same. 1,000 ages in thy sight are like an evening gone. Short as the watch that ends the night before the rising sun. O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come. Be thou our guide while life shall last, and our eternal home. You may please be seated.
Your word is a lamp for my feet, a light on my path. We will light the lamp to inaugurate our program. To do the honors, I would request our principal, Dr. Madhumanjari Mondol, and Dr. Sudipto Midde, teacher in charge, St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, to kindly come forward and assist the dignitaries during the lighting of the lamp. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you, Dr. Madhumanjari Mondol. And
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Sister M. Rashmi, Principal, Patna Women's College, and President of IHA, All India Association for Christian Higher Education. Our chief guest today, Reverend Dr. Xavier Vedam, General Secretary of IHA. Our honorable resource persons, Dr. Glenn Shive, Historian of Asia, Scotland, UK, Mr. Mark Pixley, Facilitator and Organizational Change Consultant from China and France, if I am correct. So he's from both places. Professor Doreen Webbright, International Education Consultant from USA. Reverend Dr. Varghese Panthalukaran, Senior Professor at the Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Kerala. Professor Spencer Benson, Education Innovations International Consultant. He is also from USA and he will join us through the Zoom meet. Dr. Sudipto Mithe, Teacher in Charge, St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, one of the organizers of this faculty development program. Respected dignitaries, Vice Principals of both the organization, Dr. Supratim Dash from Scottish Church College, Dr. Binayak Bhattacharya from St. Paul's College, secretaries of the governing bodies of both the institution, Dr. Shapun Kumar Mukhuti from Scottish Church College, and Dr. J.R.B. Alfred from St. Paul's College. Reverend Martin Pakhare, our chaplain, Dr. Alfred and Reverend Pakhare they were present yesterday in the evening get-together. Sister Nirmala, Principal, Loreto College, we are very happy that she is with us today. Our internal management committee members, our IQC coordinator, Dr. Shamrat Bhattacharya, our bursar, Dr. Upendranath Nandi, Senator Secretary, Dr. Vidisha Sinha, and Teachers Council Secretary, Dr. Indrani Kaur. Respected faculty members of the organizing committee, organizing institution, and also the respected faculty members who are the participants of this faculty development program. And I would like to mention the names of the colleges who will be attending the 2 days program. From Kolkata, representatives are from Khidirpur College, Loreto College, St. Xavier's College Autonomous, St. Xavier's University, Narasingho Datta College, Women's Christian College, Dhruvo Chand Haldar College, Scottish Church College, and St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College. And colleges outside Kolkata, Darjeeling Government College, St. John's College, Agra, Holy Cross College, Agartala, Salesian College, Sonada, JK College, Purulia, Vidyasagar University, Midnapur, and this morning one participant, she has joined us. She is from Union Christian College, Behrampur, B.Ed College. And please join with me with a big round of applause for our participants. Yes, I have mentioned, sir, Women's Christian College. Again, I am mentioning. Thank you, sir. On behalf of Scottish Church College family, I welcome you all for this international FDP on AI native education and its participatory paradigm. Scottish Church College is one of the most old colleges of India, established in the year 1830 by Reverend Dr. Alexander Duff, the first missionary from Scotland in India. It has produced many luminaries like Swami Vivekananda, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Srila Prabhupada, and many others. And to follow its legacy, we are trying our best to encourage our present students to develop themselves as the future leaders in their respective fields and to take active role in nation building. As we all know that during the COVID tenure, the education sector has seen a paradigm shift in the methods of teaching as well as the content of learning. The topic chosen for the program is very appropriate in this regard. I am grateful first to Reverend Dr. George Thadathil, who was our governing body member on behalf of IHA and planned to organize this program in our college in the last year. It was his brainchild to collaborate with AsiaNet and to carry out many collaborative projects in India. Today, his planning has come true, and that has been possible with the initiatives taken by the General Secretary of IHA, Father Xavier Vedam, and the President, Sister Rashmi. I, on behalf of both the organizing committee, organizing colleges, are thankful to them. AsiaNet has given their consent, and thus honorable resource persons have come from abroad and from India to enlighten us with a global outlook on the chosen topic. We are grateful to them. A big round of applause for our resource persons. At last, I would like to mention that as an IHA executive committee member, as Sister Nirmala is also, we are trying to bring all Christian higher education institutions together to organize many such programs. I'm really very happy that St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College has come forward to organize this program with us. In future also, I hope we will go together to bring many changes in the institutions under the umbrella of IHA. For betterment for the institutions by sharing our best practices. At present, a student exchange program is going on between the Teacher Education Department of our college and Loreto College. I would like to appreciate the endeavor of IHA executive body, especially the role of General Secretary, Father Vedam, and President, Sister Rashmi, to encourage all of us to strengthen ourselves more and more to impart good education to the students who come to our college with lot of expectations. I wish all the best to the program coordinators, Dr. Shushmita Gonsalves and Mr. Pinaki Mondal from Scottish Church College and Dr. Anamitra Sarkar from St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, and to their entire team, because there are many members under them who are working silently behind the screen. May God be with us all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would invite our dignitaries to please come up to the dais. Father Vedam, would you please come up? Sister Ashmi, Reverend Panthalukaran, Mr. Mark Pixley, Professor Lauren Webright. Mr. Mark Pixley, you can be there, but Dr. Mukuti, will you also please come to the dais? Dr. Glenn Shive, would you please come up to the dais? Dr. Shive, yes, please come up to the dais. Thank you. And yes, Professor Shudipto Midde also, we need you to come to the dais as we begin our felicitation ceremony. Our felicitation ceremony will be assisted by our professors, Dr. Mona Lisa Basu, Dr. Varbi Roy, Dr. Riddhi Bhattacharya, and Dr. Lolita Rai. Our chief guest, Dr. Sister M. Rashmi, will be felicitated by our principal, Ma'am Dr. Madhumanjari Mondal. The bags that are being given are all made in our college by our students under a joint venture with Amar Kutir Shantiniketan. Thank you, ma'am. Father Xavier Vedam, General Secretary IHA, will be felicitated by Teacher in Charge, St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, Dr. Shudipto Mitte. Thank you, sir. Dr. Glenn Shive will be felicitated by Secretary, Scottish Church College, Dr. Shapun Kumar Mukuti. Thank you, Dr. Mukuti. Now we move on to our resource persons. I would request our Vice Principal, Dr. Shupratim Das, to please come forward, and I would call Mr. Mark Pixley also in front. Dr. Shupratim Das will be felicitating Mr. Mark Pixley. Sir, would you please stay back? Dr. Das will also be felicitating Professor Lauren Webright. Professor Lauren, would you please come forward? Thank you, sir. Now I would request Sister Nirmala, Principal, Loreto College, to please come in front and felicitate another of our resource persons, Reverend Dr. Varghese Panthalukaran. Thank you, ma'am. With this, we move on to our program. We are deeply honored to have among us Father Xavier Vedam, General Secretary IHA. A distinguished Jesuit priest hailing from Madurai, Father Vedam has a wealth of experience in educational leadership. His visionary leadership has left an indelible mark on the Loyola colleges, fostering academic excellence and character development. Father Vedam's commitment to ecumenical values is demonstrated through his role as the General Secretary of the IHA, All India Association for Christian Higher Education, where he has facilitated collaboration among more than 500 Catholic and Protestant colleges. A doctorate in sociology, Father Vedam combines scholarly expertise with his passion for nurturing young minds and promoting the Christian higher education mission. So, Father Vedam, please to come to the dais. We are waiting to hear from you.
Good morning. Good morning. Praises to the Trinitarian God and greetings to respected dignitaries, dear faculty members, honored guests, and my dear friends. It is indeed a joy and privilege for me to be here on the occasion of FEDS, Faculty Excellence in Teaching and Scholarship, a unique initiative that truly embodies the spirit of academic collaboration and international partnership. As the General Secretary of IACHE, I take immense pleasure in witnessing the growth and transformative initiatives taken by IACHE to cater to the needs of higher education, serving in a new era of academic excellence, global outreach, and innovation. One of the most significant milestones in this journey has been the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between IACHE and Asia Network. Asia Network, as many of us already know, is a prestigious consortium of 171 liberal arts colleges and universities across the United States. It is dedicated to advancing a broader academic mission with a strong emphasis on intercultural learning, global scholarship, and collaborative research. This partnership is a visionary step towards strengthening not only our teaching and research standards, but also towards opening up global avenues for our faculty and students. This MOU, which we formally initiated in June 2020, is an outcome of the deep-rooted relationship between IACHE and the United Board for Christian Higher Education in Asia, having its headquarters in Hong Kong. The seeds of this collaboration were sown during the Triennial Conference of IACHE in 2018, when Dr. Glenn Shev, former program coordinator of UB and currently a member of the Asia Network Council of Advisors, visited India as a guest of honor for the Triennial Conference. A friendly dialogue with Reverend Father George Tadathil SDB, the president of IACHE, laid the foundation for the MOU, which was nurtured by Dan Schaffner, Executive Director, Asia Network, and Reverend Father Xavier Vedam, myself, having the privilege to play a pivotal role in anchoring many of the activities under the umbrella of MOU. The wide-range scope of this MOU includes, maybe all the professors, you may like to know what we have in this MOU. And the MOU has, I think, you can also listen to it and then you can also participate into it later on. And the first one is exchange programs for students, faculty, and administrative staff. And then faculty development programs in emerging areas of knowledge. Number 3, educational and cultural tours. And then number 4, collaborative academic programs with credit transfer. Number 5, creation and sharing of e-resources and certified online courses. Number 6, joint conferences, seminars, and workshops, collaborative research projects and publications, and even institutional ranking support for member institutions. These are the scope of this MOU, and I know a few of them already we have started having collaboration with them. And some of our own staff members, IHS staff members, are taking part into it. You are also most welcome. Ever since the signing of MOU in June 2020, we had several impactful online seminars, discussions through breakout rooms, joint publication of book, The Popular American Culture, participation of IHA members in the annual conference of Asia Network, student exchange program including 3 IHA colleges and University of Phuket, USA, collaborating with students of Dr. Preeti Joshi, serve as testaments to the power of sustained engagement and collaboration with the Asia Network. One of the most exciting fruits of this collaboration was the FEDS 2023 series, successfully conducted across 4 Indian cities. This is the second one. The first one was conducted in South India, mostly Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore, and Cochin, between October 18th and 31st of October. These international faculty development programs brought together some of the finest academic minds from the Asia Network, namely Dr. Clenship, and an eminent historian of Asia, Scotland, UK, with a long association with United Board. Then Professor Spencer Benson, a leading expert in biological sciences and pedagogy, Maryland, USA. And Professor Melisha Fitch, a globally celebrated scholar in Latin American culture, studies, and a Fulbright scholar at JNU. She was there last time. This time only 3 menfolk have come. Last time there was one woman in that team, and she's not here now. And in addition, so many people came online. For example, Dr. Sujitra Sinha Mukherjee, Professor of Economics, College of St. Benedict, Professor K. Mukherjee, St. John's University, Monica Kanikamatam, Assistant Professor of Speech Language Pathology. These are the people who came online during these 2 days of program. But this time only one professor is going to come online this evening. I think most of you would have got your, I think, did you send them all, the link? So when you go home, you can also listen to that professor. Is a very good professor. You will come to know so many things with regard to AI and other related things like. In a nutshell, their presence and insights enriched our discourse, offered global perspectives and relevant topics, and reaffirmed the critical need for faculty development in today's dynamics and academic landscape. Today, we are fortunate to witness the second FEDS series 2025. The key persons of Connect is Dr. Clenship, supported by other Asia Network office bearers and members. You, dear teachers, are the architects of the younger generation. We build the students stage by stage, not just with information, but with values and knowledge. Like Socrates, we teach them to think critically and help them acquire IQ, isn't it? Like Socrates, we teach them to think critically and help them acquire IQ, the intelligent quotient. Like the Buddha, we enlighten them to be compassionate, nurturing their EQ, the emotional quotient. In the likeness of Jesus, we show them the importance of standing for truth and justice, thereby awakening their JQ, justice quotient. In addition, inspired by Pope Francis, we help them embrace a responsible and sustainable way of living, cultivating their EQ, that is ecological quotient. In short, we, the professors, insist on holistic education and form integrated persons, individuals who are fully human, fully alive, and committed to making this world a livable, lovable, and just peace for others. This is the deeper mission behind our teaching, which is the sole objective of FEDS. As we move forward, I urge all our IACHE member institutions to take full advantage of this collaboration. The opportunities are rich, the support is strong, and the benefits are far-reaching. Together, we can make our classrooms more dynamic, our research more impactful, and our institutions more globally relevant. A special word of thanks goes to the principal of the college, madam, who said yes when I reached out to her this vision. Your openness, your willingness to host, and your leadership have been instrumental in bringing FEDS to life in your respective campuses. And in both the campus, I think yours and the St. Paul's, both of you have come together to organize this. I think behind this, behind this program, ma'am said there are so many people worked with her. So I congratulate, I salute all of them for your tireless work. Let us all give them a big hand. I also thank Sister Nirmala, our executive board member of IACHE, and day before yesterday we went and met her in a college, Loreto College. She was so happy to welcome us and then shared with us quite a lot about our college. So once again, I invited her to be part of this program. She said, Father, I will come for the inaugural session. She is there. So welcome, sister. So on behalf of IACHE and all of us, I welcome you especially. And also I welcome all the professors. I think 16 colleges. I remember, I think when she was voicing out all the colleges' names, I was counting how many colleges were there. I could say, find, I think 16, I think so. 16 colleges, I am right. So 16 colleges, people from across the state have come here. I am really thankful to you. So you are all most welcome to Delhi. Whenever we visit Delhi, you are most welcome to visit our office there, IACHE office. And any of your work also, when you come to Delhi, you are most welcome. So once again, on behalf of IACHE, I thank you for having come over here and welcome you once again. I also thank our esteemed partners at Asia Network, our distinguished international resource persons, the organizing team, our faculty participants, and all those who worked behind the scenes to make this initiative meaningful and memorable. May this collaboration continue to blossom and bear fruit in the years to come, inspiring a new culture of excellence, innovation, and global academic engagement across all our institutions. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Vedam. We have a guest among us. I would ask him to please come forward. Mr. Navinesh Jhawar of Suncrest Industries. He is one of our sponsors. And ma'am, would you be felicitating him? And I would request our principal, ma'am, Dr. Madhu Manjari Mondal, to kindly felicitate him. He is one of the, his Suncrest Industries is one of the sponsors of this program. So please give him a round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. We move on through our ceremony. Now, I would introduce another very famous person. He has come to us quite some time back. Dr. Glenn Shive, a long-time friend of IACHE, was with the UBCHEA as Vice President in Hong Kong. Retired and living in Scotland, UK, Dr. Shive is an advisor to Asia Network of the United States. With a PhD in Chinese history and a postdoctorate from Harvard, Dr. Shive has 25 years of experience in the Fulbright program in Asia. An associate dean at the East-West Center, Honolulu, He is the CEO of Hong Kong America Center 2000 to 2020. He has also become a long-time friend of Scottish Church College. With that, Dr. Shive, would you please come to the dais?
I'm deeply honored to be here with you and to represent the Asia Network in this very fine collaboration that is blossoming. I note that that MOU was made just before the era of COVID, and what a struggle that was for all of us. But yet how resilient we've been to here we are, and we do it. We are creating the collaboration we envisioned many years ago, in spite of the difficulties. So I congratulate you, and I am so grateful to Scottish Church College and to St. Paul's Mission College. Coming from Scotland, I think the spirit of Alexander Duff is in my ears. I sense his spirit here. And I know I have many academics and people in Scotland who historically have contributed and learned much from coming to India. And I hope there will be continued connection between you here in Calcutta and with Scotland. That's very important to me as an historian, and I think that this is amazing people came together and created an enormously important institution in which we are now located. So thank you very much. The Ayache connection for me is very important. 10 years ago, when I was with the United Board, my task was to build a bridge with Ayache, and this is a result, some of the result of that work. And I think we can see the power of India attracting scholars from around the world. Just the 5 resource people come from 4 continents, right? From US, North America, from China, of course, from India, and I represent Europe, I suppose. Britain should be part of Europe, by the way, so I will represent Europe, and all of Europe here at our meeting today. But it just shows the convening power of India and here in Calcutta to attract intelligent and meaningful people together to explore the implications of changes that we are all undergoing in our higher education systems. I want to make just a comment on short comment on the 2 themes, AI and participation. Of course, there are buzzwords around, and they go around everywhere. It's hard to know what it was really meant by them. But I want to just say that about 25 years ago, a man named Moore established what he called the Moore's Law, that computing technology capacity would double every 18 years. Isn't about that right, Farghese? I mean, he was thought then to be crazy. How could that happen? To double the capacity of computing power in the world every 18 months. And it has happened. And maybe that was a conservative estimate. And what is to come beyond that? The scale of the potential is enormous. It is hard to imagine, of course, for us. And we're very glad to have 2 eminent scholars about AI and higher education, one with us here, Farghese, and one coming tonight via Zoom, my good friend Spencer Benson. So we know that there are some optimists and pessimists about AI, right? Some people think that this is a wonderful new and potential, and we as educators have to learn how to harness it and how to introduce it to our students, and maybe even to have our students introduce it to us. Because they are the natives, will become the natives of the AI generation, and we are immigrants. And I'm feeling that in terms of the immigration into that nation of AI. So there's a moral ambiguity, a deep ambiguity about AI and what its power will be and how we can design learning processes that take advantage of its power, but also guide our students to deal with some of the dangers that it represents in going beyond what humans can control, and how we should stay in control of the design of AI for learning. But the potential for individualized instruction in a mass higher education system, that's a paradox. How to be customized to each individual learner at the same time we are educating in a mass scale that we've never seen before in the world. So these two trends, massification and customization, potential by AI, we're on the verge of maybe creating that. And let's try to figure out how to do that. The second big mega trend that we're looking at here together has to do with what I call the participation paradigm. It is a turn of epistemology, of the way knowledge works, how we think about knowledge, how we learn, and how we convey knowledge to the next generation. You all know we've been working historically in a paradigm that prizes accumulation of knowledge, short-term memory retention, examinations for high stakes, right, that lead to upward mobility, we hope, and in many ways for our young people. So we have people that are very good at short-term retention, but what about all the other skills that is needed for life? Instead, we're moving from that paradigm of accumulating knowledge in the abstract for short-term retention to a participatory paradigm in which we're looking at the whole person. And you've embraced whole person education here at Scottish Church at St. Paul's. That is something that the United Board holds very dear. And that was something that in my time at the United Board, we developed an approach to whole person education. So how does AI development and whole person education intersect? Are they at odds with each other? Or can they be complementary to each other? That's something that we would like to understand together. You know, there's, I think we're here in Calcutta, and I'm amazed at the higher education institutions that have been here a long time and the ones that are emerging now. There's a man named Richard Florida who's written a book about why some cities are successful. And this city is one of them. And he says there are really three things that make cities successful in the new age. One is technology, another one is talent, and the third one is tolerance. And with tolerance, we're talking about the multicultural ambience of a city that tolerates all kinds of perspectives and makes a city the kind of place that people want to come to. They come to it, they're attracted by these three things: talent, technology, and tolerance. And I think you here are part of Calcutta's reaching out and having those three characteristics, and we're enjoying it. Let me just finish to say I'm left with three questions, or I begin these 2 days. We're together, we're resource people, but everyone in this room is a resource person. And we are all listening, and we are all speaking, and we are transforming our understanding by that participatory process. We say form is content. If we're talking about participation, we better do it. So the way in which we do it is the participation process itself. But to me, I wonder, how has and is AI and the participation paradigm changing the role, changing what we do and what we are as scholars and teachers? Right? What is the change that we are undergoing ourselves? How can we share about that? How is it changing who we are as educators and what our role is relative to our students and to the knowledge we've acquired in the past and what we're doing to pass it on. Secondly, how do these two trends, what are the implications for the institutions in which we live and work? Right? This one, all of them that are where we have committed ourselves. How are our institutional frameworks and cultures changing as a result of AI and the participation paradigm? And third, really coming down to personal things, how can these changes create greater satisfaction by us in what we do, in our scholarship, in our teaching relationships with our students? If we're drawn to the scholarship tradition and to scholarship roles, and we're overburdened many times with the work that's involved, but we've come to this in the beginning of our careers with a sense that we love this work. We're committed to this work. And we want to have it feed us and not bear us down. So we want to find greater satisfaction in our own roles. How can the world of AI and higher degrees of participation help that process? So I asked those three questions at the outset. I'm sure there are many more that you have. I look forward to these next days together. It's delightful also to see here a commitment to Christian higher education, where the spark of Christianity ignites the power and the warmth of learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shaiv. We are extremely delighted to have among us today Sister M. Rashmi, President IACHE, amidst us today. An author, a scholar, an academic leader, a visionary, Dr. Sister Rashmi, Principal Patna Women's College, is the recipient of several awards. Some of them are Best Principal Award by IACHE New Delhi, the Times of India Icons of Excellence Award, August 2024, Best Principal Award conferred by Patna University, Guru Samman Award by Prabhat Khabar newspaper, Award for Exemplary Service by Garima Griha, NGO Dostana Safar Patna, Unsung Heroes Award for dedication and commitment in the field of education by Protect and Awaken Girls Consortium Foundation on International Women's Day, to name a few. Sister Rashmi has also been a NAC assessor under the Ministry of Education, Government of India, a member of the syndicate, Patna University, member International Federation for Catholic Universities, IFCU, Paris, member State NAC Committee, Government of Bihar, Senate, Patna University, and I can go on and on. Ma'am, would you please come and say a few words to our audience?
Good morning, everyone. I am actually a new president of the IHA. I am just 3.5 months old in IHA as a president. So anyway, I am privileged to be here among you in this city, the city of joy. So somebody welcomed me and said, "Sister, please welcome to the city of joy." I have a convent here in Gariahat, Carmel School. So that is run by our sisters. So they welcomed me to the city of joy, and I'm happy to be here amongst you all. So respected Dr. Father Xavier Vedam, General Secretary, IHA, Dr. Madhu Manjari Mandal, Principal Scottish Church College, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, Sister Nirmala, Principal Loreto College, distinguished guests, esteemed facilitators, dear faculty members and all participants, a warm welcome to all of you. As an IHA president, I welcome you all. It's organized by the IHA in collaboration with the Asia Network of the United States, Scottish Church College and St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, Kolkata. Thanks to the initiative taken by the Scottish Church College in conducting this program. So I want to give a big applause to the Scottish Church College for making all this arrangement to conduct this program. So faculty excellence in teaching and scholarship forms the foundation of academic institutions dedicated to nurturing intellectual development, critical thinking, and a lifelong passion for learning. Today, our focus is on participatory paradigm and artificial intelligence native learning. We live in an era where education is actually transforming the world, powered by artificial intelligence, shaped by participatory paradigms, and enriched through cross-cultural and inter-institutional collaborations. It is in this spirit of innovation and shared growth that we gather here today. As we embrace the evolving language of artificial intelligence in our classrooms and institutions, we are called to awaken joy, not only through technology, but through deep, authentic participation and learning. AI is not here to replace the educator, that we all know. It is here to empower the educator. It is here to assist us in tailoring education to the unique learning journeys of our students, to break barriers and to democratize knowledge. But let us not forget, I quote, technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous master. So these are words from Christian Louis Lange, remind us that AI can be a powerful ally. It must always serve the human spirit, not subdue it. However, the widespread adoption of artificial intelligence also raises certain concerns, as we all of us know. That is our concern, including the digital divide, ethical considerations, and the risk of reducing human interactions in the learning process. So faculty members need to adapt to evolving pedagogical approaches, ensuring that artificial intelligence complements rather than replaces critical thinking and participatory learning. Furthermore, balancing technological advancement with the traditional educational values remains critical in the Indian context, where diverse socio-economic backgrounds influence access to digital resources. This program brings together a diverse and distinguished panel of facilitators. I would like to welcome all of them. Dr. Glenn Shive, a historian of Asia and a long-time collaborator in Christian higher education. Dr. Glenn embodies the spirit of intellectual dialogue and academic depth. His contributions through the United Board and his partnership with IHA have consistently inspired meaningful engagement in higher educational spaces. Mr. Mark Pixley, a seasoned organizational change consultant from China. He brings a unique lens of leadership and facilitation with extensive experience of working across NGOs and educational institutions. He integrates theory with practice and insight with innovation. Professor Lauren Webright, an international education consultant and teacher trainer, Professor Webright is known for his commitment to participatory leadership, project-based learning, and historic assessment. His dynamic teaching methods have empowered education in New York, India, Nepal, and Malaysia. Dr. Varghese Pandalukaran, a senior professor at Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Dr. Varghese bridges the technical and pedagogical aspects with a rare clarity. His expertise lies in integrating emerging technologies into meaningful educational frameworks. Professor Spencer Benson, who will join us in the evening through online, a distinguished scholar in Latin American cultural studies from the University of Arizona. Professor Ben brings a rich humanistic perspective of global education. His work deepens our understanding of cultural context in pedagogy and curriculum development. Together, they form a vibrant and inspiring team, guiding us through the intersection of artificial intelligence, native learning environments, participatory paradigms, and evolving landscape of education. IHA is grateful to the joint coordinators of Scottish Church College and St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, Dr. Sushmita Gonsalves, Professor Pinaki Mandal, and Dr. Anamitra Sarkar. I don't know who is from actually St. Paul's Cathedral College. Okay. Okay. So we are grateful to you for organizing this program and seeing that it functions smoothly. To all the faculty members and academic leaders attending this program, your presence signifies a commitment to pedagogical excellence in Indian higher education institutions. So we need to invest in faculty development, ethical AI policies, and infrastructure that supports inclusive and participatory learning environments. This is the reason why you are here today. May these days of reflection, dialogue, and learning inspire us to be not only better educators, but also visionary leaders who can shape the future of higher education with empathy, creativity, and wisdom. Let us go forth from this platform, not only with the sharpened minds, but with expanded hearts, ready to lead our students into a future where artificial intelligence and humanity walk hand in hand. Best wishes for a deep learning experience in the coming 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rashmi. Before we conclude our program with an official vote of thanks, we would like to hear a devotional hymn to set the tone for the next few days. To present this devotional hymn on this very auspicious occasion, I would like to welcome Professor Shreya Sen of the Teacher Education Department, Scottish Church College, to the dais. It is a very beautiful hymn which carries a message that we need to herald happy tidings to every soul. We need to pray to the Father, the maker of hope and peace. So, Dr. Shreya Sen.
শকাতরে ওই কাঁদিছে সকলে, শোনো শোনো পিতা, কহ কানে কানে, শোনাও প্রাণে প্রাণে, মঙ্গল বারতা। কহ কানে কানে, শোনাও প্রাণে প্রাণে, মঙ্গল বারতা। কহ কানে কানে, শোনাও প্রাণে প্রাণে, মঙ্গল বারতা। ক্ষুদ্র আশা নিয়ে রয়েছে বাঁচিয়ে সদাই ভাবনা, যা কিছু পায় হারায় যায়, না মানে সান্ত্বনা। যা কিছু পায় হারায় যায়, না মানে সান্ত্বনা। যা কিছু পায় হারায় যায়, না মানে সান্ত্বনা। সুখ আসে দিশে দিশে, বেড়ায় কাতর মরিচিকা ধরিতে যায় এ মরু প্রান্তরে মরিচিকা ধরিতে যায় এ মরু প্রান্তরে ফুরায় বেলা ফুরায় খেলা সন্ধ্যা হয়ে আসে কাঁদে তখন আকুল মন কাঁপে তরাসে কাঁদে তখন আকুল মন কাঁপে তরাসে কাঁদে তখন আকুল মন কাঁপে তরাসে কি হবে গতি বিশ্বপতি শান্তি কোথায় আছে তোমারে দাও আশা পুরাও তুমি এসো কাছে তোমারে দাও আশা পুরাও তুমি এসো কাছে তোমারে দাও আশা পুরাও তুমি এসো কাছে থ্যাংক ইউ
Thank Dr. Shreya Sen for that beautiful song. So, as we come to the end of our program, I would invite Dr. Shudipto Midde, teacher in charge, St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, to deliver the official vote of thanks.
Good morning to everybody. Praise the Lord for giving me the opportunity to give the vote of thanks to glorify His name on this present prestigious occasion. So before giving the vote of thanks, I would just like to share a brief history of St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College. Established in 1865 by the Church Missionary Society, a new college in the name, the Cathedral Mission College, was born on 25th January 1865. Shifted to the present location in July 1908, and the college was renamed as St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College in 1914. The responsibility of the college vests with the Calcutta Diocesan Trust Association Private on behalf of Diocese of Calcutta after the Church Missionary Society left in 1947. Though the college received its affiliation from the University of Calcutta since its birth, the first subject received affiliation at honors level was English in 1915. History and philosophy gets its affiliation at honors level in 1917, and then in economics in 1929. Though science is being taught in the intermediate standard since 1921, affiliation at honors in physics, chemistry, and mathematics was obtained in 1950. Microbiology, zoology, and physiology was introduced in 2001 as general subject, while Microbiology honors was introduced in 2004. Presently, the college owns 8 departments each in arts and science stream in the undergraduate level. The only postgraduate course in English was inaugurated by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Calcutta at that time, Professor Suranjan Das, in presence of the Bishop of Kolkata, the Right Reverend Ashok Bishwas, on 18th November 2013. So with these few words, I would now give the vote of thanks to the persons. The very first name that comes is none other than the Bishop, the Right Reverend Dr. Paritosh Canning, who is the president of both the colleges, that is Scottish Church College and St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College. As he will not be able to come today, so yesterday he called all the organizing committee members, and there he elaborately gave the various activities of Diocese of Calcutta. We should pray for the leadership to be spread the message of Jesus Christ all over the India and abroad. Next, I would like to give vote of thanks to President All India Association for Christian Higher Education, that is none other than Sister Rashmi, who is the principal of Patna Women's College. Then the General Secretary of All India Association for Christian Higher Education, Father Xavier Vedam. Then the resource persons, Glenn Seif, Mark Pixley, Lauren Webright, and Reverend Varghese Pantalukaran. Next, I would like to give thanks to the Sanitary Secretary of the Scottish Church College, that is Dr. Bidisa Sinha, the Secretary of the College Council, Dr. Shapon Kumar Mukuti, the Secretary of St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, who was yesterday present on that occasion. He will not be able to come today. And very active member as a secretary of our college is none other than Dr. G.R.B. Alfred, Principal, Scottish Church College, that is none other than Dr. Madhumanjari Mondol, for her effortless, tiresome this journey for organizing this international workshop, this faculty development program. Even when we came here on 7th of this April, she was not very well, but God has given her strength, and she is present among us with good health. And we all wish that in future she will lead in all of these activities. Thank you. Vice Principal of Scottish Church College, Dr. Supratim Das, Vice Principal of St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, Professor Binayak Bhattacharya, who was present yesterday but today due to his ill health he was not been able to come over here. Next, I would like to thank the college chaplain of Scottish Church College, that is Reverend Martin Parkray. Yesterday, he told that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of the knowledge. And today, again, our secretary reminded us the same one. So we thank for these words, and we will continue this in the end of this workshop. Next, there is Teachers Council Secretary of Scottish Church College, Dr. Indrani Kaur, and Dr. Kamlesh Pandey from St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, IQAC Coordinator of Scottish Church College, Dr. Shamrat Bhattacharya, and Dr. Jaya Mukherjee of St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College, Joint Coordinators, Dr. Sushmita Gonzalez, and on 7th, I got the news. She got the Associate Professor in the Department of Pol Science. Thanks to her and her throughout the organizing this big workshop. Next is none other than Professor Pinaki Mondol from the Department of Business Administration. Now he is in subdued mode because so much tiring he was now going through. Next is Dr. Anamitra Sarkar, who is the Associate Professor of the Department of History of St. Paul's Cathedral Mission College. Organizing teachers of both the colleges, non-teaching staff, the support staff, and last but not the least, without whom this workshop will not be a success one, is none other than all the participants of the various colleges and the universities. Just now it has been mentioned, there are 16 such colleges and universities that are going to participate. And lastly, I would like to say that once more I bestow the rest of the program in the faithful God, and I surely believe that He will lead all of us till the end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let us all rise up for our national anthem. And to lead once again, I would request Professor Pinaki Mondol to please lead us here.
জনগণ মন অধিনায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ্য বিধাতা পাঞ্জাব সিন্ধু গুজরাট মারাঠা দ্রাবিড় উৎকল বঙ্গ বিন্ধ্য হিমাচল যমুনা গঙ্গা উচ্চল জলধি তরঙ্গ তব শুভ নামে জাগে তব শুভ আশিস মাগে গাহে তব জয় গাথা জনগণ মঙ্গলদায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ্য বিধাতা জয় হে জয় হে জয় হে জয় 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 হে
The
This session introduces an adaptable process which allows small group dialogues and discerning individual and collective insights. The focus will be on the experience that we bring and our understanding of participation, felicitation of learning, and new roles and uses of AI. This series of small group discussions will create the intellectual, social, and institutional context of the work to be undertaken during the conference. The first session will be led by Mr. Mark Pixley, the facilitator and organizational charge consultant from Leadership INC, Shenzhen, China. He's working with a range of NGOs and educational organizations and is engaged in assignments that include strategic planning programs, creativity, and innovation projects. I invite Mr. Mark Pixley to please begin the session with an interesting methodology of study, the World Cafe. Over to you, sir.
Our tech guy will come and reset up my PowerPoint. Fortunately, we're going to be less tech-oriented in this beginning. My specialty is around participation, how you get groups of people talking together. When we first put together this conference, we had two pieces, which was participatory. And I've done a fair amount of work in India, but I haven't been here for the last 5 years because of COVID and other things. But back in about 2020, I heard that the government agency around education came out with education policy that emphasized participation, participatory paradigm. And I told my colleagues that had been working a while, I said, this is incredible. This is what we do, is helping people get involved. And that's how I ended up doing a lot of work with Father George up at Salesian College on doing planning and also teaching people about facilitation, about how to enhance participation. And so in this conference, we've sort of set up, we have a couple of participation pieces so you'll have a chance not just to hear about it, but to experience and then be able to think about how you can do some more of that. One of them is a thing called a World Cafe, and that's what you're going to experience here. It's one that allows you to have small group discussions, and then after you work on a question a little bit, you'll shift to another table and talk with another group of people, and some of the ideas will then be collected. And then we'll give you a second question. You do the same sort of shift and discussion. And what it allows is this intense intermingling of experience and being able to meet people. And that's part of the reason why I put it at the beginning. The second part, you'll notice we have some speakers around our main topics, which is AI and around participation. When we get this up, I actually have some definitions because I think that's always helpful. So this is sort of our input. So we first get some ideas of what we know, we get some new inputs, and then we'll go into a deepening process and we do a thing that's called open space or open space technology. And this is a self-structuring meeting process. Tomorrow we'll be starting in a big circle and we'll be asking, what do we need to be talking about in relationship to our theme? And whoever has an idea of what needs to be talked about will be able to write that, put up on wall, and start a conversation. And then we get on to the third part. At the end of the day tomorrow, we'll be going into action research, which is asking ourselves, okay, what sort of activity research? Well, the idea with action research is that you're doing both research and solving something or dealing with an issue. And so what sort of things would we want to be doing to take what we've talked about and move it into action and make some research on it? So my tech guy's here.
Actually, I can't understand Chinese.
Well,
installing or updating anything?
I don't know what it's doing. There's always two ways to solve a problem. Okay, so with World Cafe, we do groups of 4. And I request that you can close down your computers because you're going to use your tables. We have some open space up here. We only have 2 here. Okay. So we have a large group up here. So have those people come up here. Okay. So our topic that we're really working around, as I see it, is issues and opportunities for Christian education in Indian higher education, with a particular emphasis on AI native education and the participatory paradigm. And I'm looking at getting some results, assessment of the current situation, exploration of issues and opportunities, and identification of action research projects. I just realized I have to be careful in touching that. We did have a very nice definition of AI native, which everybody I've talked to sort of said, well, what is that? I had Glenn ask that. So this was generated with ChatGPT, so I don't know if it's right or not, but it looked pretty good. AI native generally refers to individual entities that grow up and operate in an environment where artificial intelligence is prevalent and integral to daily life, similar to how digital natives are comfortable. Broad scale organization and products can be considered AI native if they're designed and built with AI capabilities. If you want to come up in front, you'd be welcome to. You don't have. We're going to be having discussions, and so one of my belief is participation, so I don't think we need to have separated out. This is, the question also came up around participatory paradigm. What are we really talking about there? So this is just a quick run at that. Participatory paradigm is a research approach to emphasize collaboration and engagement with people who are directly affected in the issues being studied. Instead of treating individuals as mere subjects, paradigm involves them in the active participation. And this talks about deconstruction. Anyway, I'll be able to share that with you later. This is my image of our 2 days together. We're going to be starting out with a World Cafe. We're then going to look at issues and opportunities, and then we're going to do action research. And in here, we're going to be doing some presentations to sort of add some information in. This is an image of the World Cafe. This is an image of open space. We get in circles and we have a chance to break out ideas and then break out in small breakouts, and then action research. But this is just a little advisory when working in groups. Bring your ideas inside, appreciate what happens, look for opportunities, build relationships, find areas of support, and enjoy the journey. So let's get to the World Cafe. World Cafe is designed, it was originally developed by some people that were supposed to do something, and it was raining, and so they weren't able to go anywhere, and they had only these small tables, and so they ended up sitting with groups of 4 around those small tables. They sometimes call it World Cafe because oftentimes we encourage people to have coffee with themselves. You can think of in Europe where you have small cafes and people have a conversation. Now, you might, oh, here we have an empty one here. Somebody come up and join, make a of number 4. Okay, so what you want to do is spread your paper on your table. You got 2 sets. You should be able to spread it around. And since And since it's a cafe, you'll notice that there's a whole bunch of pens and markers there. And don't worry about opening these up, okay? They're there to be used, not just left there. So particularly when you're writing things, the big ones are good to use. If you're drawing, the little ones are better. Okay, but what I want you to do right now, since this is a cafe, I want each of you to draw a picture of the drink that you want to have. Yeah, a drink, draw a picture. Do you want to have a coffee? Do you want to have a lemon tea? Do you want to have a scotch? What sort of drink do you want? No, you don't each get one. It's all shared. That's why I only gave you 2. I didn't give you 3 of them. So people have to share. Oh, I don't need that now. You can put it in the back. Okay. One or 2, you can do that. That's all right. No, you can use both of them. That's okay. You got a big table there. That's part of the problem. Yeah, that looks like, no, each one of you has to have a drink, in a cafe. No, each of you have to have your own drink, Yes, of course, each person draw a drink. That's all right. I won't grade you. And then write your name underneath your drink. Each person, yeah, of course, it's a cafe. We each have to have our own drink, right? There you go. Okay. This is partly done just to remind you that the paper is there to use. As you have your conversation, if you feel like writing something, if you want to save an idea, put it down there on the paper. It helps you keep track of where the conversation is going, and anybody has permission to write on the paper. Okay, we aren't going to have individual presenters and things like that. Okay, let me just show you what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing 3 rounds of conversations. And what will happen is that we're going to discuss a question, and you have about 7 minutes, and then we're going to have one person will stay at the table, and the 3 other people will go to other tables, and you'll continue on the same conversation. The person that was left behind, we call that the table host. That person will bring the new people coming in up to date. Maybe it'd probably be helpful right now. Each table choose who their table host will be. Hello? Each table choose their table host. You the host? You got a host? Who's your table host? Who's going to be the table host? Okay, Matt. Who will be table host? Who will be table host? Are you hear that? You're table host. Who's table host? Okay. Who's table host? He is. Okay. Who's table host? Who's table host? Don't worry, we'll be shifting table hosts, but for this first round, okay, so every table has a table host. Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to discuss, and the table hosts will stay, other three will go to different places, and then you'll keep discussing the same question. The table host will bring you up to date. And then we're going to collect ideas. We're going to ask each of the tables to just tell us one idea that they have. And then we're going to go on to the second question. And once again, after 7 minutes, we'll do a shift. We carry on discussion, and then we'll collect again. Okay. That makes total sense, right? Let's see. These are some guidelines. Everyone shares. So when you're in there, make sure everybody's talking, not just one person talking. Okay? Table host stays and welcomes people. Shift, go to a different table and sit down. Collect insights, and we'll be sharing one or two. And questions progressively develop over the time. Okay. So here is our first question. Okay, our first question is, share about successes and frustration that you and your institution has been experiencing, particularly with regard to AI, native education, and participatory paradigm. Okay, any questions about that? Make sense? Successes and frustrations that you and or your institution has been experienced, particularly in regard to AI, native education, and participatory paradigm.
I don't have a question about the question, but I have a question about the writing. Should we put that on a small paper or a large paper?
Any writing that you want to do, write it on these big posters. You got a big piece of poster paper there. Just write it on there. We aren't going to be collecting these and grading them and things like that. The paper there is just for you to collect your ideas as you go along. And anybody can use it. Okay, any other questions? Okay, start. How much time do you have? I'll give you about 10 minutes actually on this one. Get you started. host. Okay, the host will stay here, and the other three, and then you'll learn about what they've been talking about, what you've been talking about. What?
Whatever the discussion they are talking, based on some topic discussion or?
This is the topic. Everybody's having the same topic. About success and frustrations. If you have some interesting ideas that come up, you write it down. Anybody can write it down. That's just for some note taking, you know. We aren't going to have a formal report back. But this actually just who's the table host. It makes it easier for the table host because when somebody else comes over, they're going to ask, what did you have? And you'll like, oh, well, we talked about this and we talked about this. What are you doing? You're running around looking at other people's ideas?
No, I have to go to another table, no?
Your table.
Okay, and then?
You have to be with your table.
First we have to discuss ourselves.
Yes. So we're taking 10 minutes for you to discuss in your group.
And then?
Then you'll be able to go to another table. And you'll be able to find out what they've been talking about. You'll be able to share what you've been talking about. Okay? Try writing some of it on your paper. Yeah, one of the nice things about having that paper there is everybody can see what you're writing down. And whoever's the host, make your little notes is when later on people will come here and they'll say, what have you been talking about? And you'll be saying, oh, we've been talking about this. Try sharing your notes on the table here. So try sharing your notes on the paper's there for you to take notes on as you come up with ideas. The wonderful thing about the paper is that then you all see it. And it helps whoever's going to be, whoever's the table host. Always say, oh, we were talking about this. And some water. Have a conversation. Because information on the paper is less important than the conversation, so that's why. I'm helping you out because these are better markers for recording things. Okay. That's been about 10 minutes. Now, hello? We want the table host to stay at the table, and the other three people will get up and go to different tables. Don't go as three and go, to another table. Go to different tables. This is your chance to meet some new people. So, table hosts, stay where you are. Everybody else, get up and go to a different table. Lauren, who's the table host? Who's the table host here? Okay. So the rest of you guys get up and move around. Find a new table. Don't sit with them. Don't sit with them. Right. I'm just encouraging you not to sit with other packaging. No. I mean for our president, us, our group. Okay. Move around. If you're sitting here, sit down. But only groups of 4. Oh, okay. Okay, so sit down. We have some more spaces up here. Groups of 4. There's more tables up here.
Where'd this one come from? 5 there, 3 there.
There's a couple. Shh. Shh. There should be. Are there several people that are not sitting down? You come join this group over here. Okay, so continue the conversation on the same question.
Is that the question you want, or are you moving
Yep.
on?
Take the same one. We
Same one.
process it a little bit more.
Oh yeah, yeah. And once again, you're not the only one that needs to be writing. Anybody can write on the piece of paper. It's just a little collective note, okay? You want to join? Still join. You probably can answer the question just as well as they can. It's success and frustration.
Hello, check. Hello.
Okay. That's been about another 10 minutes. What I'd like to do is ask each table to give me one success or one frustration. And which table would like to start? I got one here.
One chief successes.
Oh, make sure that that's.
Hello, check. Hello.
One chief. One chief. One chief success could be that information is very easily available.
So at your school, it's easily available. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this is a success that accessibility has become easier.
Yeah, I remember 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I could barely get Wi-Fi in some schools. Okay, next group. Success or frustration?
Frustration is deep fake is a threat. I mean, with AI, the kind of fake things that are taking place. Fake fraud.
Have you experienced that?
Not that I have personally experienced it, but it's happening.
Has your school experienced it?
No, not yet.
Okay, what's something that you've actually experienced?
But the students are experiencing it.
Students
So they are, I mean, with the use of like what you call digital arrest and everything that are happening.
I'm just pushing back because I want to hear, what's happening either to you or to your school, not just a general thing, but as specific as possible. Good. Success or frustration?
Definitely success, sir. So I represent two colleges. My table hosts two colleges, Women's Christian College and Loreto College. So we have been able to organize several workshops on AI and digital empowerment for the students as well as the teachers. And we have been able to also implement the learnings from those workshops on projects. And one frustration, I won't call it frustration, it's a challenge maybe. It somehow compromises on originality. It definitely improvises our thoughts, but it does compromise on our originality. Thank you so much.
And pass the microphone to the next table.
So most of the issues that came up in our discussions, I'm on the fence about whether it's a frustration or a success, because I think we don't know enough about AI so far to conclusively reach a point. But I think frustrations are more, and the particular frustration that I'd like to point out, which I've been experiencing with my students as well, that it replaces or substitutes human interaction and peer learning, which I think is a very important component of learning, especially students. So that I think is extremely hampered.
And pass that to the next table. Yes.
Okay. So as success, I would like to mention that the generative AI learning, it has a very good chance to democratize the education system all over the world. And as a frustration, I would like to mention that what it is doing is for the students, they are getting a fragmentation of knowledge. They're getting the pieces, but it hinders the development of creating the whole argument, so which was earlier provided by reading books and writing articles of their own. Next step.
Okay, if you talk about success of AI, then specifically, for example, in computer science education, we have a lot of programming to be done by students. So I have come to know that ChatGPT helps students build up programs of any language. So that gives them the liberty to use time to think on a problem given rather than spending time on computation or programming. And if you talk about some cons, then
You only get one.
For our case, I would like to mention that we believe that definitely AI native education has a lot of points with regard to success, as it saves a lot of time and compilation of different kinds of, using application of softwares and algorithms for compiling different kinds of work for administrative purpose had made it easier for us, definitely. And saves time. Yes, and frustration which we have specifically, experienced is, for my case, I'm from microbiology. When I ask students to design some kind of experiment or make some scientific interpretations, they generally, most of them, 85% of them come up with the same kind of answers. So there's a lack of novelty and cognitive abilities, the thinking process, the thought process. I think that is definitely a setback.
I want to say one point. We all spoke about students using AI for their research, whatever. I'm from administration, and I see our faculty also they have stopped reading books. They're also taking notes from, taking notes using AI. So that's another very serious problem.
Okay, next table.
Good afternoon, everyone. From our table, one merit or one success that we will like to highlight is as students are in an age, or we teachers also, sometimes we go through the stages of emotional instability and sometimes turmoils. Various times we are not getting someone to talk to. But nowadays, Meta AI in WhatsApp or some features like in ChatGPT, we can have a real life conversation with them. Now, they will be giving you freedom to talk to them without that fear of being judged, as we have with the real life people. So sometimes it gives that moment to calm down in those stress and frustrating moments for the students as well as academicians also. So that's a success, I will say that. And in terms of demerits, I would like to highlight that sometimes not very much helpful in case of practical subjects. If we are trying to have a gist or trying to have a knowledge or summarized or generalized things regarding any subject, if students or us also, about something new, generalized can be got.
পয়সা নেই, ব্যাটারিও নেই, এইটাই চালাতে হবে। পয়সা নেই, ব্যাটারি নেই।
আমি ওখানে বসে আছি,
থেকে ফোন করছি। আমি এইমাত্র বলে এলাম যে আমি বাথরুমে যাচ্ছি,
আমি ওখানে বসে আছি।
অনিরুদ্ধ স্যার ফোন করেছি।
সম্ভবত স্যার নেই এখানে, আবার নিচে সেমিনারে বলছে না তো,
নিচে সেমিনারে কিছু হচ্ছে।
আমি ওখানে বসে আছি, আমি সিদ্ধার্থ ফোন করে বলছে তুমি নেই, আমি জানি ভেতরে ঘোরাঘুরি করছি।
I'll just put this up on the wall. I'll type it up later. The next round, what I'm going to do is give them cards and have each table fill out 1 or 2 cards and then put them up there. That will save me a little bit of time. And
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay. Okay. Each table has 2 small pieces of paper. I would like you to write either an opportunity or a concern. 1 idea per card. And write these large. So use the large markers. Don't use those small markers. Use the large markers. And use 5 to 7 words. 5 to 7 words. Don't write an essay on that piece of paper. But so share either an opportunity or a concern. Each table, you have 2 cards there. Maximum 2 ideas.
Hello, check. Hello. 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 Hello, check. Hello. Hello.
Thank you. And when you've written your idea, then bring it up here and put it on the wall.
একটু সাউন্ডটা কমিয়ে দাও তো।
Here. No. Put it behind. It's not working, is it?
হ্যালো হ্যালো জিজ্ঞেস করি ফাঁকে এক্সকিউজ মি ডক্টর সুনন্দা মুখার্জি খিদিরপুর কলেজ
Put on the hat behind. Like that.
Hello, check. Hello. একটু সাউন্ড দে, সাউন্ডটা দে।
Okay. I'm very much aware that I am. Yeah, that's over there. There's some tape. I'm very aware that I'm between you and lunch. But I still have one more question for you. Take one of your pieces of paper, one of your poster papers, and turn it upside down. Right. And I want you to create an image of the current situation of Christian higher education in India, particularly relating to AI native education and participatory paradigm. So draw a picture of the current situation of Christian higher education in India, particularly relating to AI native education and participatory paradigm. One picture, but it's a group picture. You all work together on creating the picture. So what is the picture? Create a picture of Christian higher education in India, particularly relating to AI and participatory. Pretty good question, right?
Yeah, it should be interesting.
Yeah, but you're going to have a hard time getting it from there onto the paper.
हेलो हेलो আচ্ছা ডক্টর শীতাংশু খাটুয়া আপনি যদি থাকেন ডক্টর শীতাংশু খাটুয়া সেন্ট জেভিয়ার্স ইউনিভার্সিটি
Anyway, at least that way we have it up there. Well, that's the one. That one's staying. That's not moving.
Hello.
Okay, well, we'll just pass the microphone around, and each group can quickly just sort of state a little bit what you're saying. Yuri up there.
So, this is our drawing, a very simple one, where we have stopped thinking. Our cognition and our intelligence has come to a stall, so we have made it with a red cross. And we have distanced ourselves from the books, so books lie down below. And we are surrounded with various apps which are AI-based apps. So we are surrounded by those.
Okay. Here's a tax. Just put it on the wall back there. Next group. There, just.
Well, I have just drawn a pair of weighing scales, and it's pretty self-explanatory. Oh, can I begin?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pair of weighing scales, and the stakes are, there for phones. People prefer phones over books and physical sort of devices, and are going more technological. And it's a smaller thing I just did. There's a ChatGPT logo, and it's a human mind confused, stuck within the ChatGPT logo, basically. So, and that's am I social or digital? A young boy, busy in thought, sitting on a question mark, and it's about the uncertain future ahead, maybe. Yeah. And thank you.
That group over there.
So what we have drawn is, this is a school where all the students and the teachers, everyone is sitting in the same row in a ship. The school is on a ship. It's controlled by the CHE, and they are all confused what's AI. The AI is coming in a huge cloud burst and through the roof of the school, and probably the community, CHE community, is trying to solve what is AI all about. So this is the cloud, AI cloud burst. It's coming as a lightning, and the ship is moving through the waters.
Okay, next group. Where'd the microphone go? Okay.
I think, ma'am. No. Please. This is our.
So we wanted to draw that the message is that Christian higher education is connecting whole India, and this is AI can be the model of mass education, and educational institution can be connected through AI, and it can change the entire educational world. So that is the message.
Oh, you had some more over there.
We have very simple picture. We are very much confused whether we should go with the AI, accept the AI or not.
So please excuse our drawing, we're not very talented at that. But we try to use these WhatsApp emojis to describe our state. So the first one is confusion. The second one, we're thinking about how we can progress. And the third is that we're hopeful that, we will be successful.
So that's the Trinity, right?
Okay, so this is a school. This is the This is the college library, and this is the students' cafe. Now look at the library. There are so many books. The library is empty. No one is entering the library. Look at the cafe. People are sitting, but they're sitting alone with their phones, and they are gaining knowledge from AI. And this tree, one person over here, the other person over there, the pet is sitting beside the girl, and we are alone, all of us, with our phone, learning from AI.
Next. Who's next? Who hasn't presented? Don't be shy. It's important.
We have something very simple to share actually. I mean, confusion in the sense of we are more concerned with the kinds of things that are coming with AI. So you can just see whether it's authentic, fake, it's unreal, whether it's authentic, whether our privacy is being, in a way, compromised. It is being done. So that's it. I mean, digital divide, and so I don't know whether AI is going to increase or decrease inclusion. So that's yet another problem that we are having with AI. And then, yes, AI is going to replace all of us. So maybe in time to come, we won't need these kind of workshops because we all not be required anymore. So that's it.
What we are trying to understand through our illustration is whether AI is a boon or a bane, whether we are losing life or is it a new beginning, and we would actually tilt towards a new beginning. If I'm not wrong, in Christianity, leaves stand for triumph, spiritual vitality, and so hopefully AI is a new beginning for all of us.
Okay, every group presented? Okay. Someone's counting, make sure we have all. I think they wanted you to go on and do the next presentation. Okay. Okay. Are we ready for lunch or not? Oh, okay. My suggestion is, but there was some question. Oh, you're just going to check. Okay. I'll just give you a little. What we did here today was like a World Cafe taster. Oftentimes, I give people a little bit longer time in the conversation before we'd have them switch. And sometimes we do like 3 rounds. Sometimes we would have different tables have different questions. Sometimes we have the same question with the whole group working. But what we find is that part of the reason why I like to use it in the beginning of an activity is because I often use it to make sure that people meet new people. And sometimes you find out that people from all the same organization will sit on the same table. But then they have to go and meet some other people. And so one of my theories is that if you do a large group process, help people meet some new people so they don't just stay with the old people that they'd met. And sometimes I have people do introductions, but this time I decided you're going to do the introductions anyway. So I give you the question, have you work on it. But then in the midst of that, you also have a chance to meet people, to build connections, to find out who's doing what within the room, and that will be able to help you later on as we go through this whole process that we're going through. I will be giving you a handout which has a brief introduction about the process, but there's also a lot online that you can go do. And I've just found out that you can also use AI, and you say, oh, I'm going to do this question, or this theme, and I'm going to do 3 rounds. What sort of questions should I ask? And wow, it comes up with some great questions. Now, I ended up not using those questions because if I'd used those questions, we probably would be here for doing a 3-hour World Cafe rather than a 1-hour World Cafe. So I gave you my simple version. But AI also provides a resource, which I hadn't realized it was really that capable. And it's interesting how capable it is. So,
lunch is ready downstairs.
Oh, good news.
Participants, just wait for another 10-15 minutes. We'll call you, and the resource person can go downstairs.
So, but now we take a break, I guess, right?
Okay, so I suppose the question then becomes, when do we come back? Come back in an hour?
Yeah. In an hour or half an hour?
Half an
It's now 1:30.
1:30?
It's now 1:30. I think 2:05, 2:15.
We'll be back here by
2:15, reassemble here.
Okay, 2:15.
2:15, reassemble here.
Good afternoon once again, and I welcome you back to this post-lunch technical session. I think we all agree that the first session, the World Cafe, has already set the stage for a meaningful academic deliberation on a very pertinent topic. It was quite thought-provoking for many of us. The topic for this session is reimagining education for the AI native generation. We observe that a transformative shift is taking place in the education scenario, and AI is being considered not only as a tool but as an integral part of the education framework. Of course, there are a lot of questions that are arising. How, to what extent should we introduce AI? And it is believed that the intellectual formation of AI natives must be grounded in sound learning theories that can nurture their AI collaborative and AI complementary skills. An entrepreneurial pedagogy driven by intrinsic learning motivations and focused learning outcomes can help in cultivating the entrepreneurial skills and personal identities of the learners. The curriculum design should incorporate participatory and intuitive paradigms that can address the self-actualization needs of the AI natives and boost their self-efficacy. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce a very distinguished speaker for this session, Reverend Dr. Varghese Panthalukaran. Dr. Varghese Panthalukaran is a senior professor at the Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. He is an eminent author serving in boards like Bureau of Indian Standards, All India Board of Management Studies, and All India Council for Technical Education. He is also the director of Rajagiri Media and Pallikuttam I School, a futuristic AI native and entrepreneurial online university. Sir, the stage is all yours now.
Thank you. Thank you for this kind introduction. And this is afternoon session. I hope I will not put you to sleep to the minimum. I'm very happy. The first time in Calcutta in my life where India was ruled from this particular city. So with all these good thoughts, I just wanted you to, I know the whole problem, all described here. Stage is not just set. I sometimes thought, whether I will be redundant here, but not exactly, because we always try to find ways to integrate the AI into academic process. But more important thing, according to my thinking, will be to prepare the minds to overcome AI. Because, our AI is made by us, so we should not be slaves of AI, we should be masters of it. So, which just means we to change our way of we educate our new generation. That is why I put this title, Reimagining Education for the AI native generation. Because education, business as usual, will not work anymore. Because, we need to reinvent. So this is the challenge for academia, to reinvent ourselves. So I've done a kind of exercise in reinventing my program. So I'm doing it myself. So therefore, I'm confident to communicate to you what I'm doing. So that's the purpose of this session. Can you go to the next slide? So this is a small introduction you already know, but at the same time, what's really happening. To understand the context of our discussion, of course, we have natural intelligence. We call it artificial intelligence. To start with, call it artificial intelligence, but right now it is collaborative intelligence. We know ChatGPT can collaborate with us. And sometimes we also, I'm afraid, that pictures show that, we are afraid that they will become autonomous intelligence. They can substitute us. They become autonomous. That's going to be a troubling thing, because it's already said that AI tool can teach students, if the business as usual kind of teaching, at least 4 times efficient than our normal teachers are doing today. So where are we? We are redundant already if you are following the current way of teaching learning process. So we have to reinvent. So that's a challenge. We have to rediscover, reinvent, reimagine. So that's something which I have done, a personal exercise for my course. So that's what I'm sharing here. Now, the learning, the problem is that AI tools learn, students learn, we learn. So there's no distinction. Basically, we can see that our learning and our thinking processes are closely similar to the way AI tools are also thinking and imagining. So we cannot escape. This is a crucial thing we should understand, because they can overlap. And we call education as intellectual formation. And if this intelligence is not carbon-based or silicon-based, I distinguish like that, human brain is carbon-based and the other one is silicon-based, artificial or autonomous intelligence. They complement. There's a definition, Kurzweil singularity, which just means they just overlap. They keep on overlapping, and one time it will be completely vanished. Human intelligence, natural intelligence will be redundant absolutely, because they have become autonomous. They can take decisions, they can run on themselves. So the problem there is educated unemployment. We'll be training a set of students who will not find a job. And our job also will be at risk. At the same time, the students we train will not find a job. So this is a critical scenario. So we have to save this scenario. We have to reimagine our program. So there's a lot of learning crisis, also similar learning crisis for natural intelligence and AI intelligence. Similar. That's quite similar. That's something we have to focus. So go to the next slide, which says that the context of this discussion is the conduct of higher education today must be reimagined in view of age of intelligence. Because age of intelligence is a place where our intelligence will be competing with the autonomous intelligence. So there's no other way than we reinvent education. whatever be education. We speak about higher education because we are engaged in higher education. But I imagine that from the lower stage, LKG itself, education has to be totally reimagined. Otherwise, there's no way. So that's the point I'm putting. Go to the next slide. So how to reimagine? So this is a picture of reimagination. You know, what we right now do is a knowledge transfer and skills transfer through our education. We transfer our knowledge, which is accumulated from time immemorial, and we hand over to the new generation. Similarly, we hand over the skills which is bequeathed to us from generations to the new generation. So this is a transfer process. You know, we transfer knowledge and skill to one generation to another. This is what we call today as education. But that kind of education is AI agnostic. It just thinks that AI is not there. If AI were not there, it would have been sufficient. But once AI is there, you have to change. Because, you know, this knowledge transfer and skills transfer is redundant because AI can do the same thing. So it's not going to be education for AI natives. So then, where to go? We have to develop self-actualization, the original way of teaching, learning process, which visualized by Buddha or great people, educators. You know, education is meant for self-actualization. The person should be actualizing his or her skill, potentials in full. Not only that, he or she should be efficacious, to be a change maker in a given situation. This together I will define as entrepreneurial. So education has to make an entrepreneurial transformation. So next slide. This is the first thesis therefore I make. AI native higher education redefines itself by integrating. We cannot get rid of the transfer functions, knowledge transfer, skills transfer. It has to be there, but we have to integrate it well with the transformation function, which just means self-actualization and self-efficacy. It's not sufficient that a child is getting self-actualized. He or she has to be also be efficacious, be a change maker in a given context. Next slide. So why I say is, this is give a better clarity for our discussion. You know, there are perceptual skills and thinking skills. Next slide will be about thinking skills, which AI tools are also already mastered. That's the thing. You know, for example, endosensory perceptions. You know, AI eyes are there, AI camera, AI eyes, AI ears are there, AI taste, tongues are there, AI nose is already there. So which just means that they perceive the world very much, you know. So they can get rid of human agency for that particular perception. So now there is a knowledge attached perception, expert perception. For example, a doctor can see things better in a record, medical record, than ordinary people. So trained mind can see better. There's a kind of knowledge attached perceptions. So these are things which a lot of blue collar jobs are depending on this, you know, ability to do these kind of things defines the blue collar jobs. Blue collar jobs means, you know, those manual types of jobs. But at the same time, you could imagine if AI tools are getting mastery over it, these particular things will be transferred to AI-controlled robotics. You know that very complicated surgery today is AI surgery. These surgeons are redundant. You understand? They can watch how the AI tools are doing. Because, you know, a small shake would have taken vital organs, cut vital organs, but AI tools do not do that. I think it's many good hospitals are running on AI-driven surgery tools. So expert surgeons are out in that case. You know, they can this AI-driven AI tools can really do the surgery in a better way than surgeons. So then what remains is the question, what remains in the perceptual spectrum of which we can train? You know, I would say meta-sensory perception, that's a perception by being here. No, this kind of things, you know, when we are having a emotional background, then we discuss, you know, and pouring out, sharing ideas, emotions. These things AI tools will find still difficult. So, you know, that kind of jobs will be remaining. For example, psychological counseling supports, you know, or such jobs can remain. And finally, then transsensory perception just means, you know, perceptions which is guided by some transcendental ideals. Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram, truth, beauty, goodness. So morality, or what else? the philosophical thinking, or aesthetic thinking, or you can say ethical thinking, because AI tools will not master that, because they cannot master, because these are having infinite parameters. That's the hidden secret about it. So wherever there is hidden infinite parameters, those things AI tools cannot fully master. So what I mean is that there's a blue ocean strategy we should develop. Blue ocean strategy means we should not train our students in the perceptive skills in the clockwise direction. Because in the clockwise direction, what comes first is completely mastered by AI tools already. Now the second thing is getting mastered. And third thing, but the blue colored things are still there. So therefore our education should give priority to blue ocean. Blue ocean strategy means a anti-clockwise importance for the training we should give. For example, we should give training in Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram, which just means art subjects, get prominence in the coming days. Not STEM. Not STEM, rather art subjects, philosophy, ethics, or civics, or these kind of things can get a lot of importance, because these are the things AI tools cannot fully master. That's the reason. So that's why I say there's a collaborative and a complementary perceptive skills. You have to give more importance to a complementary perceptive skills than a collaborative perceptive skills training program. This is I'm giving a direction for our redefinition, reimagination of a education of the AI generations. Now, next slide. So this comes to thinking process. You should imagine there are the IQSC's member is there. Yeah, you are there. So when we define our academic program, when we evaluate based on Bloom's taxonomy, am I right? Bloom's taxonomy. So I'm going to undermine it. My paper is already there. I published it. We have to go beyond Bloom's taxonomy. There's no other way, because whatever we speak about Bloom's taxonomy, I put it as a endo-personal thinking skills. This basically is a retrieval of the knowledge which students are having. Remember, understand, apply. Am I right? These three things we call it lower order thinking skills. But just imagine, AI tools are able to do that without in a better way than a human person. So whatever AI tools can do is not human job. It's going to be job of the AI tools itself in the future. So don't expect that people will find a job in that particular portfolio. So now coming to exopersonal thinking skills, it's a creation of knowledge by analysis. What's the next one? Evaluation and creation. So analyze, evaluate, and create. We can say analytical thinking. One second, let me complete. Okay, I will, after the thesis we can come to the question. Okay, analytical thinking, critical thinking, and creative thinking. We consider it a higher order thinking. We speak about higher order thinking, but at the same time, you should imagine that AI tools are mastering it. If you just say some rubbish as a prompt to AI tools, it will say that it's a rubbish. So it just means it's thinking critically. That's why it's called critical thinking, So critical thinking is also mastered by AI tools. And machine level creativity, these tools are already having, because they give brainstorming. If you ask a question, they give 1,000 ideas. What does it mean? They are able to brainstorm. It's a creative thinking technique. So they are already mastered the create level. So if you remain in the revised Bloom taxonomy boundaries of thinking, we are getting the slaves of AI tools. Our students will not get job, for sure. So then, what remains in the thinking spectrum? That's the question. I would say what we did today, this mutual thinking. Because, mutual thinking is having infinite parameters. We cannot reduce to a finite number of parameters, so AI tools cannot fully appropriate. Business-like communication, AI tools will do. Business-like communication, it will do easily. Even today it is doing. But, deeper communication, philosophical reflections, or problem solving like this, this mutual thinking. That's why I say transfer of information, transfer of knowledge. This will not be easily, fully captured by AI tools. There will be some scope there. But then, another set of thinking skills AI tools will never reach is the ability to receive ideas. The great minds have always received ideas, like intuitive thinking, revelatory thinking, or mystical thinking. This kind of thinking styles will not be appropriated by AI tools. So that's where we should start our training. Instead of starting from remember, understand, apply, our question papers, if you see, can be reduced to remember, not even to understand or apply. So where are we? How much we should transform? We should really think about it. It's a serious question because it's affecting our career and it's affecting the life of the thousands and thousands of people we are training because they will not find a job based on what we are training. So let me come to the thesis I put. So next slide. AI native higher education fosters a complementary, something AI tools are not having but human is having. That's what it's called, a complementary perceptive and thinking skills. Otherwise, there's educator unemployment, and we are agents of educator employment. We're not just doing service, but we are doing disservice to the new generation. Education can be a criminal activity in that sense, because you are getting paid for that kind of training, and they will not get a job. There's a criminal act, in fact. So this is a dangerous region. Now I come to the question: it's got that? Okay, perfect. So let's go to the next thing. So I also define this problem in a little concrete way. The careers. Let's look at the careers of the students are getting these days. I just say there are only 2 careers available. 2 careers only. You may say 1,000 careers are available. No, only 2 careers. First career is either they can get a job, they can go for placement. They can go for placement. Which just means they are chosen based on their ability to be entrepreneurs. If they are contributing to the business development of the company, they are recruited, they will be remaining there, or they'll be fired the next day. They'll be hired and fired. Because this is happening in today's world. Many jobs are completely redundant, and if at all they get a job, they remain in the job only if they are entrepreneurial. They add to the business. Or they can start up on their own. That's why it's called entrepreneurial. So there are only 2 career options. The other illusions are all illusions. It will not work for the modern times. Now, therefore, I conclude the basic definition of AI native higher education. We have 2 control parameters we have for education process. This is basically Piaget's diagram. We can control education through AI native perceptual skills and AI native thinking skills. But what develops within the person, the student, is a kind of entrepreneurial identity. So that's the conclusion I make. This is the miniature picture of what we have to do for the AI natives. You have to develop their AI complementary perceptive skill, AI complementary thinking skills, and thereby we develop their entrepreneurial identity. This is drawn by the discussions we have already made. So next slide. So AI native higher education equips students to pass out with a startup in their hands. This is a drastic statement I make. A startup with their hands. Whatever they study language, they study social sciences, STEM subjects, does not matter. If they are able to pass out with a startup in their hands, it's a proof that they are already trained themselves entrepreneurially or entrepreneurially. So they will get a job. Otherwise, they will not get a job. So educated unemployment is the crucial problem which higher education people are directly facing, and we have to solve this problem. Nobody else will solve the problem for us. I'm, of course, in discussion with government departments, being members of some important bodies. So they listen to me keenly. I am pretty sure that will come in the coming years. But the question is, can church lead this process, and so that we can have an edge in this particular scenario. I will tell you why I say this at the last slide. Okay, next slide, please. Now, not only that, the teaching learning process has to be redefined completely. I'm taking right now a cue from Harvard study, where they describe the current information age as a VUCA age. VUCA just means, it's an abbreviation of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So this is an age of information. Because of AI, it has become volatile, it has become uncertain, it has become complex, ambiguous. This graph, this X and Y axis of the graph will explain it. This ubiquity of information on the Y axis and X axis, the causality. just means the quality and quantity. You can say quality on the x-axis and on the y-axis the quantity. So, if a large number of information with low quality, a lot of volatility is there. So, the Harvard Business School suggests that our education should develop a vision for the students. So, they are, having a lot of information from social media, low quality information, a lot of polluted information, disinformation, misinformation, fake news, conspiracy theories, everything. It's a mixture of everything. So, low quality, large number of information. So, they have to be taking a vision. They have developed a vision. To develop a vision, there should be autonomous learners. It just means self-directed learning, getting greater importance this particular age. We should make sure that our students are learning autonomously. How to do that, I come to that later. Now, uncertainty is the next criteria, which just means low quality information, less number of low quality information. So we need to explore, research, deep. So AI tools are helping us to research, that's very clear. But at the same time, lifelong learning. Learning something today, 1 hour, next hour, another topic, yet another hour. This is the way our curriculum is designed. Am I right? Every day, mathematics, physics, social science, this is zigzag. It's not a bad idea, but at the same time, students should be trained in continuous lifelong learning because, they have to be masters of this particular VUCA, which they are accessing. And now, large number of good ideas, lot of complexity. Now the question is, are they able to undertake something? Can they do something? Because they have to venture out, venture some learning. So learning should be venturesome. Otherwise, they will not be taking initiative. They'll be knowing many things, but they are not taking initiative. Now, the last one is ambiguity, which just means a few good ideas, but now there's ambiguous. Which way to take? So there, adaptability. So students should be learning with a lot of autonomous learning, a lot of lifelong learning, venturesome learning, and flexible learning. This is the learning styles we want to define 4 learning styles. Next slide. So therefore, the 4th thesis is native education must focus on learning styles to nurture entrepreneurial identity. So all these learning styles will, consolidate this entrepreneurial identity, which we really wanted in our students to get survive in the future age. Now, next slide. So, I'm coming to the pedagogy. So far, we discussed learning theories, but right now, how to transfer it to how to communicate to the students. So I put, these are all books I have written, by the way. It's a long journey for me. 3 books I have already written, so many papers also, because, I found that as a call from within, I should define something, already 2007 I started this first book, and then, it's a series of work, 2 important points. I want to reduce, it should be zero stress education, and it should be zero waste education. So it's simple to remember what is meant by zero stress. It should be driven by intrinsic learning motivations. It should not be driven by extrinsic motivations. Some grades, marks, these are all extrinsic motivation, but they should be passionate. To make passion, bring passion is very important in this particular age because there should be autonomous learners, there should be lifelong learners, there should be venturesome learners, there should be flexible learners. If they are not intrinsically motivated, it's not going to happen. That's why this particular stress on zero stress. When somebody is doing a lot of job with passion, there's no stress. Why there is stress? Because people do things with difficulty, because they don't like to do it. Something they like to do, they're ready to do it, When they ask the students to stop the play, that's the problem. They're engaging with the play. It's a hard job in the play, is it not? But they're doing it because they're passionate about it. Understand? So learning should be passionate. That's the first pedagogical principle. Second pedagogical principle, zero waste. Nothing should be waste. Zero waste. So everything should lead to something entrepreneurial. Learning outcome cannot be marks. Learning outcome should be money. Money. They should taste money. Students should taste money. That's the meaning. I mean it. I'm doing it, so therefore I can tell that. No, next slide. So native higher education embraces entrepreneurial pedagogy based on zero stress and zero waste principle. Whatever they learn, I told you they should pass out with a startup in their hands. So if you plan assignments or projects in such a way that end of the particular program, they can pass out with a startup in their hand. This is zero waste education. You understand? It is possible. It is possible. I know it is possible, but no, translate it to real life, real situations. It's a huge work, I know. At the same time, it is possible. Okay, I will tell you how to do it. Now, next slide, please. So these are the intrinsic learning motivations I have identified with a lot of research. For self-actualization to happen, there should be joy of knowledge creation. Right now, we are transferring knowledge from fourth generation to new generation. It's a transfer process, but they should be able to add something to it. Is it possible? Our students are adding to Pythagoras theorem, something they add. It is possible. If it is possible, its intrinsic motivation will be there. They have to add. All the theorems we should teach at the same time, are they able to add something to that? That's the important question of intrinsic motivation. Now, joy of self-development is there. Is this information developing myself, my personal development? Or is it allowing me to express myself in a better way? These are all intrinsic motivations of self-actualization. Now, for self-efficacy also, there are intrinsic motivation. For example, am I discussing with somebody, some other person, and coming up out with a new idea? That's a deep intrinsic motivation. So this synergy, this is called synergy, you know. I add my ideas to another person's ideas and a new idea is born out of that too. You are birthing new ideas, you know. This is the thing. Now, joy of team play. That's what we found in this particular process in the morning. The team. Well, we enjoyed it, am I right? So that's why we are happy faces right now. Now, self-preservation. You know, it should be useful. I found the students are making this process down there, you know, entrepreneurial product making. And so the only thing is that it should be attached to the curriculum. It's not an extracurricular or co-curricular activity. It is a curricular activity. That's what I'm saying. Next slide, please. So, native higher education achieves its dual objectives driven by intrinsic learning motivation. So, every self-actualization and self-efficacy are the dual purpose of higher education in modern times, but it can be achieved by encouraging this kind of intrinsic learning motivation should be the backing for them. Next slide, please. So, now I'm coming to the concrete things, how to design something like this. So, I'm taking, for example, seed ideas and seed skills. Each disciplines, you know, you can see sciences there, mathematics, humanities, engineering, languages, you know, almost representing all type of different things we are teaching in higher education. Now, the question is, can you harvest the key ideas, seed ideas and seed skills? You know, when you speak about seed, you should imagine. Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question to IKS Chairman. This is a question not first asked by me, asked by a Buddhist monk to his disciples. You know, he cut open an apple and asked the disciples to count the number of seeds within it. They said, counted it, 10, they said. Now comes the question. He took one seed. How many trees are inside this particular one seed? That was the question.
Numerous, innumerable.
Okay, but these students were a little stupid. They said one tree. Okay, to start with. But innumerable was the right answer, by the way. Another student then, he said no. He said after one tree, it will mature, it will bear fruit, and 1,000 apples in one season. Cut it open, there you'll find thousands, 10,000 seeds. No, generation after generation. Then somebody said infinity. No, it's not infinity. It is tending to infinity, which has infinite potential is there within one seed idea. So, should we consider the knowledge we transfer to the students? If you just imagine its full meaning, Pythagoras theorem means this, then there's end. It's not a seed. If it's a seed, that will sprout and germinate when students are like farmers helping it to sprout and germinate, or like a mother bird sitting on these eggs to hatch. You should imagine, you know, these things are discovered in some time in the past, all these ideas which we teach. But they didn't stop there. In the course of history, how many different products services, processes are born out of it. Why do we teach them as if it is a dead thing? It's a seed. In fact, everything we teach should be a seed. Every skill we teach should be a seed, because many other things can come out of it. It has already come. It was proven in the course of history. It is proven. Take the example of apple falling on the head of Isaac Newton. He asked the question, why should this apple fall? But the apple in the sky, the moon is not falling on my head. It's also above me. Or the sun is also above me. It's not as fall. Why this stupid apple falling on my head? The moon is not falling on my head. That was the question he asked. Then the birth of this law of gravity, which explains why apple should fall and why moon should not fall. And from there, you can imagine the course of history, how many technologies have been developed. Is it stopping there, that particular idea? Why do we think that today, if you teach this same theory, it will not sprout again? Yeah, this is it's the wrong idea. It has already sprouted. It has proven its efficacy to sprout again and again. But we teach as if that is dead idea. It should be remembered and to be... no, that's an absolutely wrong concept of teaching. So every subject can be reduced to seed ideas and seed skills. That's what I want to say. Next slide, please. Okay, maybe go back again. Maybe last sentence is interesting. Content is not to fill, but to form the minds of the learners. It's not my statement. It's from the National Education Policy 2020. It's not to fill the minds. We just imagine that these are something to fill the minds, but it's not. It has to be recreated, regenerated, sprout, germinated, hatched again and again and again by the students. So students can add something to it. That's the meaning of it. Similarly, skills. Now, next slide. So this is the seventh statement. AI native higher education defines content by distilling. You have to distill the syllabus into seed ideas and skills. We try to elaborate everything for the students. But today, AI elaborator, good elaborator than teacher. That's where AI has overtaken teachers. AI can give absolutely perfect explanation for things. Maybe we get a question from our students, we don't understand the question, we answer something which is not to the point. But AI will not do that. AI will answer to the point. They are not frustrated. Students are not frustrated with AI because of that. They are frustrated more with the teachers because they don't understand what I want to, my question they don't understand. But AI tools understand. So we are redundant. Please understand, we don't go to elaborate therefore. Elaboration leave to AI tools. Why should we elaborate? That's the core competence of the AI tools. Let the AI tools do what they are competent at. We do what we are competent at. That's the right approach for keeping our job. Okay, next slide. So, AI native education defines, it's already said, distilling to the next slide. Can you not go to the next slide? So that is a very important point, what I'm making right now. It's already there. Oh, no. Okay, yes. So I can, we are in the first slide itself, so I think it's 17th or so. If it is difficult, you keep it like that. It's not an issue. Yes. So I have made a curricular process. I'm a teacher in physics. I'm a mechanical engineer, but I teach in physics. I teach engineering physics, by the way, which just means I teach next. Okay, so this is the curricular process. So I spoke about learning theory, pedagogy. Okay, now speaking about the curriculum, how to develop a curriculum for AI natives. I've done a sample work. So to teach engineering physics, our teachers, our faculty sat together, condensed the idea which you have to teach into 80 seed ideas. Okay, that's what we teach. Now, we allow students to elaborate it. Not we elaborate it, students elaborate. For example, they get historical elaborations. For example, the story which I told. For example, if we are teaching this particular idea of gravity, there's a historical event even, a story attached to that. Apple falling on the head of Isaac Newton. Beautiful story, and it's an imaginative story also. No, if apple fall our head, we would have thought something else, But this man thought a beautiful question. That's the quality of his mind. That quality our students' minds should also have. That's the point. But they elaborate it. They elaborate it historically. It just means what are things developed in the course of time till today? What are the applications of gravity today? What will be the application of gravity tomorrow? And what is the interdisciplinary implication of this? Not only in physics, it's applied in history maybe. In some way, it is reflected in history. It may be in social sciences, in education, it is reflected. So all this interdisciplinary study they make, not we. And they also make, in physics, there's a lab. They take the idea to the lab. They do experiment with the lab. They observe, they measure, and they also simulate. This is an important thing. A native simulation, you should know, my dear students, I know. The placement coordinator was with me, driving me back to the office college. He told me, we are getting a lot of placements in IT sector. You should imagine that in IT sector, 80% of jobs are already delegated to AI tools. So what are you thinking about? What are you preparing your students for? Only 20% remaining, and within this end of this year, only 100% will be transferred to AI tools. This is what I get from IT industry. So where should students get placement? I'm asking this big question in front of all of you. It applies to everybody, every institution. In India, most of the institutions get placements in the IT sector. But this IT is a big question mark, because IT is driven by AI tools today. So the question is, we are allowing our students to observe, measure, and simulate. Simulate means that you ask them to make a Python code, but they can make Python code using ChatGPT. But they have to describe. This is the task they are going to get in the AI companies. They have to accurately describe, prompt AI tools to get this particular code. Now they have to validate it against the reading they take in the lab. That's the way we have transformed the lab. So what I mean is that according to the job situation, we have to change the processes we are taking in education. There's no other way. We have to change. Business as usual will not work. Business as usual will not work. Now, before that, so perceptual skills, I told you earlier, perceptual skills training can be there. Thinking skills, yeah, let me try. Thinking skills, thank you. And, they have to get entrepreneurial insight. This is what they add to this particular idea we give, seed idea we give. I told you, it is intrinsic, IM means intrinsic motivation 1. If you remember, intrinsic motivation 1 is the ability of students to add a knowledge to the given knowledge. Their mastery over it. So that's the meaning. And intrinsic motivation number 2, they develop an entrepreneurial development, their identity, their skill. They develop a skill based on it. Now they go to, intrinsic motivation 3 and 4. They communicate it. They express it to the team. They synergize their idea. They are sitting in the startup teams already in my class. I divide the class into startup teams. They are first year students, by the way. They come to me and I divide them into startup teams. They sit in the class, boys and girls together in startup teams, It's good for them. They are happy with it. And then they communicate, they discuss. What should we make together? Because the course in physics ends with the product, not with marks. They get of course, there are usual exams are there. In addition to it, they should make a product. It's a STEM toy they are making, in fact, which means a physics idea. They have to communicate to the lower classes using a toy. You should know that our country is looking for toys. We are dumped with the Chinese toys. We have a toy mission also. There's a toy-cathon in our country. And our budget is reserving some part for making toy. So this is a national interest. So you have to align everything to national interest also. Toy making is a national interest. So we thought, why don't we make our students to make, physics students to make physics toys? This is an interesting thing. No, you have to find your product. But this is the way we develop. And they simplify using gamification. So it's a play, ability to play with the ideas. This is another intrinsic motivation. So completely based on intrinsic motivation. All 6 intrinsic motivation I mentioned is being used here. So the education is becoming zero stress process, as I told you. Once it is based on intrinsic learning motivation, it can be zero stress process. Now, finally, you can imagine that I just completed this Shark Tank before I come here. because I completed my session, academic session, to join you here. So last week it was a Shark Tank. Just means that they are, I hope you know about Shark Tank a little bit. Yeah, so it's an investors meet. They can students can pitch their toy, in our case, in any startup idea, and get investment. So they are getting a taste of money, investment, in the very first semester itself. So if every course is transformed, we have approximately 50 courses in an engineering program. So if every 50 course is properly designed, I can imagine these students can pass out with a startup in their hand. So what I said is not an illusory thing, it can really happen. Because in the very first semester, they could make a toy and pitch it in the Shark Tank. We are living in the context of info parks. A lot of info park companies are there. CEOs are very willing to come to jet this Shark Tank, and they have done it, in fact. So this is where I stand. So I'm doing this experiment, and therefore I'm confident to speak to you. Now, AI native higher education follows a curricular path that leads to entrepreneurial learning outcomes. Usually, the problem for our higher education is that it does not lead to anything useful. It's some idea. You transfer, you give one idea, give back the idea. This I just remind you, because we are all Christian educators, the parable of talents. It's a very typical parable which should speak to you, us, the meaning of education today. What does the parable say? There's a rich man and he gave 2 talents to one, 5 to another, yet another 1. 1 talent is a huge money. It's $1 billion, by the way. 20 years of male work, make 1 talent. So it should be $1 billion. It's a huge money. But somehow the person who got 1 talent got envy with those who got 2 or 5. And one who got 2 multiplied it to 4, 5 to 10. But this one who got 1 said, yeah, I know that you're a wicked man. You just expect unexpected things, from me. So you don't consider me better. So you take your talent back. Now he says some interesting thing. The Lord says, why should you at least put in the bank so that I could have taken the interest with this money, 1 talent with its interest? It's a huge money. So he said he should be punished. My dear teachers, please compare it to what is happening today in our education system. Teachers give one idea to the students. And if this student give back that same idea without any problem, we give 100 marks. Am I right? We should give 100 marks because the student has given back exactly the same. But in the parable, this particular person was punished because he did not add anything to it. He didn't multiply it, doubled it. No, nothing happened. He just gave me back. So usually we teachers are frustrated in the time of exam. Am I right? Because we don't get 1 back. We give something and we give reduced things back. So nobody gets 100 marks, And we are putting these people who get 100 marks as the topmost students. Actually, they should be punished for not having contributed their own to it. So this is the state of education. So you should imagine where we should go. Parable says clearly you have to double. 2 talents to 4, 5 to 10. That is the way education should go. But today it goes the totally opposite direction. So inspired by one parable, we can reform our education. So we change our paradigms. We have to change our paradigms. So this is the, yes. Now, assessment. Regarding assessment, of course, this is a very important part we do, assessment. We have summative assessment and formative assessment. Summative assessment for this knowledge, exams, in-semester exams, things like that. Now, formative assessment, technical skills, they should be formed, coached. So there is a technical assessment. But, they imagine that there's no AI, that kind of assessment. Why should we assess the knowledge which is irrelevant in the age of information, age of intelligence? Meaningless. But we carry, most of the assessment is either summative or formative, am I right? But it's agnostic. But what should we do? By the way, the school has already adopted that. HPC, Holistic Progress Card. When they speak about Holistic Progress Card, they're speaking about diagnostic assessment. They speak about the level of self-actualization the students are getting. But I should say that it's not the last thing. We should go further to generative assessment. Are the students able to earn something out of what they learn? Now, I'm not thinking about AI learning while learning. Learning while learning means they learn and they go to wash the plates in the hotel or supermarket. They serve and they bring money and pay our fees. This is what's called earning while learning. They skip some learning process and go to the supermarket, make money and give us. This is what's called earning while learning. No, that's not what I mean. Earn by learning. Whatever we learn should lead them to earn their earning. L should be removed. When we remove L from learning, it's earning. Learning should become earning. Then only education will be generative. So this is the kind of transformation. It's a big transformation, but if we are not doing it, we are doing disservice or even criminal activity, I should say, because when we take money for that. Because, we give a bad service, and take money. Bad service because they are not going to get job. It's very clear. So we should be serious reflection. It's a very, very serious reflection we should make. We should change, and I'm just showing the path. And I'm doing it. I'm going the path, so I'm confident to speak to you. Now, AI-native higher education adopts a holistic assessment based on AI-enabled digital portfolio. It should not be a burden for teachers, my dear teachers. Because, AI can do it faithfully. All these assessments, AI can do it faithfully. Leave it to AI tools. Whatever AI tools can do, leave it to the AI tools. Don't occupy their core competence and say that we have done a great job. No, it's not a great job. It's a menial job. It's a rubbish job, redundant job, because AI tools can already do that faithfully better than us. Children are afraid that, when in the internal assessment comes, they will say that, I have done something wrong to this teacher, they will take my mark. There's a fear of students in the internal assessment. But when it's given for AI tools with the clear criteria, it's objective. It applies to all students. So allow students to make learning portfolios, e-portfolios. E-portfolios can be evaluated, assessed faithfully by AI tools. That's the point I'm putting there. Now, coming to emergence of entrepreneurial institutions. So our national education policy speaks about teaching prominent educations, research prominent institutions. These are two categories. So I tell the government it's not sufficient. You have to go for entrepreneurial education or entrepreneurial institution. What is meant by entrepreneurial institution? It just means an institution which creates value. Learning process should create value, wealth. It should create job. We are not preparing our students for job, rather we are creating jobs in the institution. Startups we create. No, there's no other way. It's a serious problem, we believe business as usual will work. It will not work. It's gone redundant. And it's a time to transform. We have to change. Drastic changes have to be made. But I'm showing a pathway to that. I don't say it's the only way, but it's one way which I'm sure about it because I'm doing it. So this is something. So that's why I tell you, learning should lead to entrepreneurial learning outcomes, useful learning outcomes. When it's useful learning outcomes are there, it can be marketable. It can be producing value. It can be producing wealth. We should not imagine that we take money from the students and teach them something and that's our job. No, that is not our job. Our job is to create wealth. Our job is to create value. Our job is to create job, not to prepare our students for some non-existing jobs. So that is the transformation. So AI-native higher education builds up entrepreneurial institutions to make India an entrepreneurial nation. So we have a national interest. We stand for that national interest also, making India an entrepreneurial nation. We don't fight against the nation, but rather we go with the nation, lead the nation. We have the educational core competency as Catholics, as Christians. Did you understand? We are the leaders in this country. Why should we sleep at this point of time, crucial point of time? Now, so again, this speaks about the accreditation. So your primary job is to prepare the institution for accreditation. Now, the question is, I know how we correlate COs with POs, course objectives with the course outcomes with program outcomes. We just extrapolate these marks and say that POs are realized. For our program, we are engineering program, we have 12 POs. This is defined in the Washington Code internationally. They are nothing to do with the learning outcomes, nothing to do with the knowledge, nothing to do with the skills. Rather, it has to do with the self-actualization. It has to do with the self-efficacy. And if you don't reach that particular level, is these correlations valid? Absolutely invalid. We should be able to say that. It's invalid. But we are doing this invalid process in the name of accreditation and burdening teachers, the system. And this is a burdening of the country because, we are misusing our resources. That's the minimum thing I should say. And now, positively, we can build accreditation as a reason for making our institution entrepreneurial institutions, where we create value, wealth, and job. So, universal quality education is possible. Now I'm going to make a statement. This is something which I asked the higher education department. Why don't you forget about all rules of accreditation, all process of accreditation. Just ask one question to the institution. One question for accreditation. That one question will be, does this particular institution impart students? Yeah. Yes, thank you. Necessary entrepreneurial efficacy to the students so that they retrieve the money the institution takes as fees. Do you get that question? Only one question. If students are paying 1 lakh for our program, by learning, not while learning, by learning, they are able to retrieve that 1 lakh before the end of this program. Then that particular course is accredited. Such institutions are accredited institutions, otherwise they are not accredited. Let's imagine. I ask you to make a thought experiment. Did you understand what I mean? You are taking so much of money as fees. Students should get back the money. We don't give back. We don't reduce the fees also. We can go to any fees. Any fees, any institution can go. But provided that institution should ensure that these particular students can retrieve the same money before they leave the institution by what they learn. Earning by learning, not earning while learning, earning by learning. Whatever learning outcomes they create as a product, service, they can define themselves, the startup investment they attract, all these things together, can they? And if the institution is achieving 2 times more money, then it's A+. 4 times more times money they can retrieve, A++. That's what's called accreditation. It will come in another form, I imagine, because they have really understood what I mean. What I mean is that higher education can be free in this country if it is proper education. AA native education can be free because students will you should be able to get back. And now you should just imagine, entire process of the institution will be changed. Teachers will not be thinking in the same way as they think right now. They should imagine they should mentor the students in such a way that there are some startups coming up, at the end of this program. Not only that, their salary will be also high because, they get some share from their startups of their own students. It's a little bit thought experiment, but at the same time it's good to engage thought experiments, I imagine, because it will make our country entrepreneurial. Because, if 1,000 entrepreneurial institutions are there in our country, it's natural, it's already an entrepreneurial country. And this nature of this education will completely change. And the focus will be completely changed. It will be focusing on creation of value, wealth, and job. So there will be joblessness will not be there. So of course, you should imagine that we are dealing with the fresh brains of the country. And we are the most trained minds of the country as teachers. So why should not we create that kind of things? Why should we satisfy ourselves with the lower level outcomes? So that's an important question. So I'm going quickly. This is my last slide, by the way. I have 10 minutes in my hands. So, this is why I reserved this last slide, because, you should imagine the understanding of education for India. For example, Buddha. Let's take Buddha. He said, education is for self-actualization, nirvana. or enlightenment, Buddhahood. But he said that once you reach this level of enlightenment, you should go as a Jivan Mukta, serve the world. They didn't encourage his disciples to enter the Buddhahood and enjoy it. No, you serve the nation, serve the people. So, self-actualization plus self-efficacy. This was the definition of Buddhist education. Now let's take the other side. We have the Arjuna there. Arjuna, the best archer in this world. He should aim at the eye of a bird sitting in a faraway tree and hit the eye. Such perfect archer he is. If he was living here, he should have always gotten the Olympics medal for archery. Because we rarely see that something hitting on the bullseye. All right, do you watch this TV? He could hit everything in the same bullseye. So, but in the war, in the Kurukshetra, he's sitting in the chariot and said, Krishna, I cannot fight because many reasons, he said. Then Krishna said, no, my dear, you have to prove your self-efficacy. This is the battle of your life, and you should win the battle of your life. That will prove whether you are educated or not. So education does not mean self-actualization. It also means self-efficacy, ability to change the situation where your educated students are placed. This is the question in front of us. So self-actualization, self-efficacy. Now I come to the last point. The Guru is sitting, our Lord Jesus sitting, and he says that, you should be as perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. This is absolute norm for self-actualization. God's perfection you should have. That's what he said. Infinite perfection. So he removed all the, it's not your skills you should develop and perfect. No, you should go and become as perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. So he is a master, super master, because this, it does not put a cap for your growth. God is your God. As perfect as Heavenly Father is perfect. He continues, just like your Father in heaven shines the sun over all world, you should shine. And as Heavenly Father shower rain or wicked and good, so should be you. You should be like that. So self-efficacy is meant there. So education has to mean self-actualization and self-efficacy, and Jesus has set absolute paradigms for this. So as Catholic educators or Christian educators, this is our superior task, to follow the Master and make our education means for not transfer of knowledge and transfer of skills, as we understood our education to be, which is redundant completely in the age. You have to allow students to get actualization at the highest level and self-efficacy at the highest level. That's the paradigm Jesus has set in front of us. So this is a great task. It's a gospel. This is the gospel, summary of the gospel. I'm going to write the last book. This last book will be on entrepreneurial spirituality. We have defined our spirituality in a wrong way, which just means funny things. But this is what is meant by Jesus. So this is what I believe, and therefore, the last and final, a native higher education equips us to globalize Christian legacy of education. It's there in the Buddhist legacy, it's there in the national legacy of Hinduism, but we are Christians and we have much more superior paradigm for higher education or any type of education. Let's just follow our teacher, our Guru. Then we'll be following the national interest also. Okay, so that's it, and our references, as I told you, a lot of research being done. Of course, I want to participate with all of you. This is, by the way, this is a small description. I skip it. This is about what I do as a media man. I'm also running a media program. My final goal is to make an online school or university which will be incorporating what I said. It will be free school, by the way. Free does not mean that it's free. Rather, they have to work and bring back the money. They take back the money. They have to pay. They have to pay. I will take money, but I will make sure that they will be getting back the same money or more money they invest on. So this is the type of thing. And today evening, 6 o'clock, when you leave, this is 100. A lot of events are being happening under this aegis. If you can share your contact, I can also inform you. Regular programs. For example, today at 6 o'clock happens the 100th Global Connect event under my organization, where teachers are continuously trained in this kind of ideas and skills. That's the purpose of this. Hundreds already, so we celebrate a little bit. So I invite, I have not shared the link with any of you, but I can share it with Ayashe perhaps, or if you can leave your contact, maybe I can also share with your individual 16 institutions you said. You can also share. But you just check whether it's interesting for you, then you join. It's an online event mainly. So I end with that. Let us pioneer AI native higher education. It's a Christian. AI native higher education is Christian. That's what I want to say as a final statement. So let's follow our teacher. He has put a high bar, high level of goals, 100%, infinite growth potential and infinite efficacy potential. So education is nothing but self-actualization and self-efficacy in the AI age. If you fail to impart this kind of education, you are not only failing our duty, you are doing something criminal, because you are taking money for something which will be not useful for our students. Thank you so much.
In the transition to just stand up. This is circulation. This is I guess you have all your things at your table you want to stay. Everybody, students like to be in a certain place, and they always return to the same chair, right? The same desk. And parents do that. Adults do that too. So you may want to stay. You can move around if you like.
Quit teaching teachers how to teach in the 2010, and then I went over to Nepal and India and Malaysia, working with schools and teachers and mentoring. I learned more in that time between 2010 and 2019 than I did my 40 years in college teaching. I'd love to go back now and be a professor, but I don't think that's going to happen either. Anyway, today we're going to talk about project-based learning. Are there people here that are using that method where you, not the whole semester, but part of the semester you're working in a group? So this would be like each one of you would be in a group. This would be my whole class. I'd spend maybe 20 minutes introducing the topic, and then you'd work on your project that you'd decided amongst yourselves how to do it. And you'd produce a paper at the end of the course, as you usually do, but the group would have a presentation to make also of whatever form they wanted. Now, is anybody using that method, project-based learning? Is anybody already using that method? All right, yes, tell me about it. Yeah. Set it all up. Right.
You want to change the slide? This one is for the forward. All right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, as a part of the undergraduate curriculum in geography, we have project-based learning. So, in second semester, we have a paper, skill enhancement course on AI and digital empowerment. So, although it's a theoretical portion that the students learn, but as a part of the project, they do have applications of AI on certain selected topics. And as a part of sixth semester curriculum, so they do a project or a dissertation on disaster management, which can also have AI applications.
Is it only individuals working, or do they work as teams also?
It's in teams.
Yeah.
We have teams.
And how did you get it started? Because that's the hardest part. If you can say a little bit about that.
It is a curriculum designed by the University of Calcutta. That is how we implement it.
So it was designed already for that?
Yes.
Somebody did the hard work. Okay.
No, actually the project design and the modalities was decided by the Department of Geography, Women's Christian College, because we started the workshop how to teach AI. So we were given the responsibility about designing the modalities.
So you spent a year designing it?
Yes, our department did.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We are 4 in our department.
That makes
headed
sense.
by presently headed by Sanchita Gupta, but that time was Dr. Shejuti Shaha, myself Anuradha Mukherjee, Dr. Sanchita Gupta, and Dr. Falguni De.
And how do you find the experience of using this project-based process?
So students take interest in doing this because it's a teamwork, and last year that was also the first year of the project. So we designed 4 projects. Students applied AI tools for digital storytelling, cybersecurity, women empowerment, and use of AI in transport management.
All those different fields, and it worked very well, right?
Pardon, sir?
How did it work then?
So,
with all those different fields, does the project learning apply to all of those fields?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think so too. And you're still going to go using it in the future?
Yes, this will continue. This is because it's a part of the curriculum. This will continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is very useful to have somebody in your own group that's already doing it. And so we will, yes.
My subject is economics. As part of the curriculum again, what we did, we took them to the RBI Museum, the Reserve Bank of India Museum, and it was a beautiful display of on the genesis of money, starting from the barter system through Bretton Woods to the digital economy where we belong. So it was from that point we told them that just what you have seen was representation. Now you go back, detail on each step and give us back a project. It was a group project, it worked very well, and it was kind of like it took care of that entire paper syllabus. It was kind of self-learning. We liked it.
And you're going to do it again? Will you do it again? Yes. Okay. Okay, let me get started here. Now what happened? Did I have the clicker? Where's the clicker? Shoot. Did I put it down? Does anybody see the clicker on their table? My He gave me the, oh, there it is. Where was it? While he's setting that up, I'm going to define it, but how would you, either of you, would you like to define? Would you like to define the term for us?
Project-based learning means it is what you learn theoretically. What you learn theoretically, you apply it for a realistic issue or a problem and try to resolve that.
And is it a little more work on the teacher's part than straight lecture? To do a project learning system, is that a little more harder to work, a little more work for the professor than just lecture, straight lecture?
It is for the students assisted by the teachers. So we help as under each teacher, so there are 5 to 8 students working. So we assist them through the project.
Okay, thank you. So this is what she was saying. It's a way of teaching, but it's the professor's learning and the students are learning at the same time because they're engaging more parts of the brain, actively participating in the learning process instead of sitting back and taking notes on a lecture. And both of those ladies talked about authentic problems. A lot of the times we have trouble figuring out how do we connect our topic that we're teaching to a real world situation. Well, the students are probably closer to that than we are, so that's not a problem for them so much. They're driving the inquiry. And tangible results, no question about it. And of course, it encourages lifelong learning. My daughter attended one of these schools as a 6th grader through 12th. It was called the Institute of Collaborative Education, ICE. And she had 6 years of collaborative work, and then she went to a college that had some collaboration work. She said it was so easy. And she's now head of operations of a startup company, 33 years old. She progressed. It does encourage lifelong learning, no question about it. And there are a lot of benefits. The students are much more engaged and across disciplines. Do you find the mix of disciplines in your project learning system? Is there a mix of, I'm talking about, where am I? Mix of disciplines, I forget about that. Do you see them working in just their own tiny space or in the other disciplines also?
No, they moved out of their discipline. It became interdisciplinary after a point of time. Yes. Commerce people stepped in because they were bringing in the digital aspects of digital money during COVID, when we were not doing anything physically. That was a period when this digital financing got its boost. So the commerce people were collaborating, and they were also taking help from the geography people about this sudden and very strong change towards digital money. So it became interdisciplinary after a point of time.
Yeah, it is a big change though, isn't it?
Yeah, yes sir.
And I'm interested in this last piece here, collaboration and cooperation. That was what I was talking about a bit about when I used the case of my daughter in cooperating and learning how to work in a group and so on. But I also do that professionally. One of the things I've done for 50 years is working with conflict resolution group. It's called a creative response to conflict. And I've been doing workshops in that area all the time. And the 4 pillars to conflict resolution, before you start doing conflict resolution in the classroom, some kids start a fight or something, before you do that, you have to get your communication skills. Really good, strong communication skills for yourself and for the students. And you have to have cooperation, collaboration. You must have that working together as a group concept. Oh, what happened to my, well, you'll get it up in the agenda. And you also have to have affirmation. You did a great job. Don't just say, oh, that's a great job. No, no. It's a great job because you've got this part and you got this part and you did this extra part all on your own. That's why it's a great job. So affirmation, as a professor, do you get tired of people coming up and say, oh, Prof, you really know what you're doing here? Do you get tired of that? No. You can take that every day. So affirmation, collaboration, cooperation, all of those stuff, you get them together and then you're ready to handle tough problems like conflict resolution. Well, there is some resistance. I don't think the students are going to like it. Time and it's going to take more of your time, especially when you're learning. It's going to, well, they spent a year getting the thing ready, didn't they? Complexity, yeah, it is more complex than reading from lecture notes. Yeah, I agree with that. And extensive training and so on. And they talked about it took a long time to get up to speed. And developing a framework for how do you manage. Tell me how many students in your class?
In my first sem, we have 25 students.
Is 25 like an average number? Yeah, so you still need to have something for all of those students to do, and sometimes it's going to take you longer than that. Now, successful implementation depends on a series of workshops. And the university has to, the college or university has to delegate some resources, time and money for sure. Curriculum alignment should be sure to, that's what it took them a year to do, line up the course to match it. And the assessment frameworks, we're going to talk about that tomorrow. I'll have a little time tomorrow to talk about that. Now what? Oh, there, that's because I clicked it wrong. So there is, you right here, you've got 2 case studies already. And I'm going to show you, let me see. Hold this a second. I'm trying to get a specific document, and then I'll, because I want to show you another example. There's a high school teacher that used this, and he gave me a lot of his student work and some of his, he made a PowerPoint, and all of that I hope to be able to send to you, I have a chip server here, it's a hotspot, and I've got all my, I have 20, maybe 20 different references for this topic, and I'm going to turn this on and tell you how to use it, and you can download all those papers onto your device. But I have to get it, we ready? How you might do that yourself, you start a little bit today, and then tomorrow we'll have another 45 minutes or to an hour, and you'll need to bring or have on your device, you need to have your course outline, and you'll sit in a small group and decide which one of you wants to do a course. If several of you, you have to decide that within the group, and then you work, the group works with that the whole time, and then you'll come up with a course that's getting ready to go to convert it to project-based learning. So that's the plan. Now I lay down my device again. Oh yes, there it is. This is just what I said here, right here. And if I can get this to work, so pull out your device and go on the web and see if you can find like you're looking for a new internet connection, and then it'll say CHIPS. The name of the internet, the Wi-Fi signal is CHIPS. This produces its own Wi-Fi. You can use this device. It's an experimental one. It's not for sale yet. But you can use this device where there's no Wi-Fi. So if any of you work in settings in developing countries, there's no Wi-Fi, this would be a perfect device. And you just you put your flash drive in it, put the files on, and then anybody within range of this can go for 80 feet. So just try to find chips on your server right now. Try to find chips on your server. Open the Wi-Fi, and where you change from the Wi-Fi system you're using now to use my Wi-Fi, which is called CHIPS. And there's the password. And then there's a whole bunch of files on the it should open up to a list of files. You don't need to go to the browser. Just load it on, go from the web signal. What, you don't get it?
It's looking for 8 characters instead of 9.
Where?
It's looking for an 8 character, not a 9. Is it chip 2022 rather than chips?
That's the one they give me all the time. That's what I've been using.
Now, can we start it?
Did anybody else get in?
I had my paper here.
It's paper.
It was a big size.
Okay, so we come here at 10 o'clock.
Has anybody got it? Yeah, you can't connect because this system doesn't take a password that's this long. This system, I don't know, here, someplace, I have to change the system. So between now and tomorrow, I'll have it changed so you can get a hold of my articles. So I'm done.
That means tea break. Tea break? Are we ready for tea break?
We would like to thank Professor Waybright for his initiative and his efforts to address us. Thank you so much, sir. And keeping in mind the time constraint, I would like to inform all the participants that if you want to interact with the speakers, you may utilize the tea break. And as of now, we break for some snacks and tea in the other room.
The four groups were, number one was STEM, which was science, engineering, technology, science, technology, engineering, and maths. Number two was social sciences. Number three was humanities and languages. And number four was finance, economics, business, commerce, etc. So while you are having tea, you at the same time, you work on dividing yourself into groups so that we come and we sit into the groups.
Yeah, I think that the STEM is going to be...
Okay, STEM, being a very large group, sir has divided it into two parts. Number STEM, 1A will be maths and physics. Mathematics.
Yeah, okay.
Mathematics and physics is 1A. B is chemistry and biology related all subjects will be B. Computer science, sir? What do you mean computer science? Statistics.
Statistics, physics, computer science সব একসাথে করে দাও
Maths, statistics and computer science will be maths. Maths. Computer science, maths. Where would you want to be? Physics? Separate. Social science is separate.
So have your break and come back, and we'll try to set up tables so that you join with your colleagues in your same disciplines. And then we explore what is the implications for our teaching, especially teaching and learning in our fields, given the advent of AI. Okay? Thank you.
And please put your things on the table. We may be bringing them together because otherwise you won't be able to find them after some time. Thank you. If there's still somebody who says ki korte hobe, then বুঝতে পারছি না, I just heard something ki korte hobe বুঝতে পারছি না. So first what you can do is you can write down what are the disciplines you belong to. You are a group which belongs to, say, group number 1. Our disciplines are blah 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 blah. So each say maths. How is AI? Implications of AI in maths. Implications of AI in English language. Whoever that is what you write some points, 3-4 points. And first you take up the topic of AI and then you go on to participatory paradigm. Okay? Participants, once again, since most of you have arrived from tea, Let me tell what you have to do. We have already made you sit according to your discipline. Social science is towards the end of the room. Humanities is somewhere. Language is somewhere. Please find out where you're supposed to sit. Keep your bags on the table. And you have to do a group discussion. You have to go for a group discussion and jot down some points. Statistics, I think, will be with computer science. Statistics. Tomorrow group taki. Obik, you are here. Here. Of AI and participatory paradigm for teaching, learning and research in my discipline. Now if you are a group which has 2-3 disciplines, for example chemistry and biological sciences, you can go one by one. You can make one person write down the points, make a group discussion and do a presentation. That's all that you have to do. Subject wise, that's the best thing. Either you go subject wise or you go question wise. First of all, you can take up AI and go subject wise. Then you take up participatory paradigm and go subject wise. That is the way you can go. It's for each group, which makes it 5:25 sharp. The last 5 minutes will be analysis and summarizing by Dr. Glenn Shive. Am I clear about your timings now? Okay.
So you have half an hour now.
You have around half an hour to work on.
একটা চালালে একটা চালাবে নাকি এটা ওইটাও চলছে 18 থেকে নাকি বাড়ানো
So
ওই করে দিচ্ছে মানে যে কোনো চুরি করার জন্য হাঁটছে এরকম 10টা ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক্স ডিফাইন করে দিচ্ছে ডিজিটাল লার্নিংকে আলাদা করা যায় না মানে একদমই দুটোই একে অপরের পরিপূরক একটা না হলে আর একটা নর্মাল লাগে ফাঁকা ক্লাস করতে হবে পার্সোনালাইজ লার্নিং এক্সপিরিয়েন্স বা এনগেজিং লার্নিং এক্সপিরিয়েন্স টিচিং লার্নিংয়ের মধ্যে রিসার্চ যখন এটা থেকে আমার আউটকামটা বেস্ট জায়গায় যাবে তখন তো রিসার্চ
আমরা যেতে পারছি না স্যাটেলাইট ইমেজিং এর মাধ্যমে বা ধরো এই যে গুগল ফর্মস বা গুগল ম্যাপস বিভিন্ন রকমের যে অনলাইন প্ল্যাটফর্মস আছে ওগুলোর মাধ্যমে আমরা বিভিন্ন যে স্যাম্পলস আছে
হিস্টোরিক্যাল ডেটা আপনি 1720 কোন একটা স্পট আইডেন্টিফাই করছেন আগেকার এরিয়া এরপর বলে চার নাম চেঞ্জ হয় 1970 ইন্ডিয়ান 1790 বলে ও রিকনস্ট্রাকশন হিস্টোরিক্যাল যেমন আমরা হিস্টোরিক্যাল অনেক পেপার আছে বা সেখানে আমরা কী করতাম আমরা বাস্তব আমার রুটটা বানাতাম আমরা যেটা করি আমরা কোনো জিনিসটা স্টোরি ম্যাপের মাধ্যমে ইন্ট্রোডিউস করে বাইরের এই সময় কীরকম রিকনস্ট্রাকশন করে মানে সেই
I think the setup is pretty important. And give an explanation of what's being done and why.
Madam, paying the
You have the bell that you have to listen to the end of
সবাইকে কম্পাইল করে দিই আমরা তো আমাদের আইডিয়াগুলো বলেছি ব্যাপারটা আমি লিখেও দিয়েছি
পাওয়ার ব্যাংকে আছে
computational data analysis of economic history.
ইতিহাস
It is 5 p.m. participants. So let me number your groups one by one. Social sciences number 1. It's not a special discrimination that they're having because they share my subject, but social science is number 1. Arts and humanities number 2. And physics, this is maths and computer science, I think. And statistics, they are number 3. Number 4 is business, finance, commerce, you are number 4. And number 5 is chemistry and biological sciences and botany, zoology, the largest number that I can see. You are the last group. So I would ask 1 or 2 of your members to please come here where I am standing. If you have a chart to show, you can show it. And you can come here and you can start making your presentations. Is that okay? Dr. Shahid, you can sit there and you can hear them as they speak? Fine, fine, perfect, perfect. So group 1, social sciences, please come up. Any 1 or 2 of you can come. I think we have 2 hand mics, right? Where's the other one? Oh, it's here on the table, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So I am Anuradha Mukherjee from Women's Christian College representing Social Science Group. So we have a diverse team comprising of subjects like geography, history, psychology and education. So we will divide our thoughts into two parts. As space and time are inseparable, so I will be saying on history and geographical aspects of AI application. History helps us, AI helps us in survey before archaeological excavation. It will help us to identify spots where evidences are probably to be found. Computational data study in economic history, for example, tracing revenue collection data for a particular period can be derived or regenerated from AI methods. AI may be used for the study of environmental history and environmental changes and their impact in the history of hazard and disasters. For geography, machine learning is used by classification algorithms such as maximum likelihood, minimum distance, k-means classification for identifying land use, land cover features for regional planning, disaster management, transport planning, etc. Reconstruction of topography, terrain, and past climate and their changes can also be identified through AI techniques. Thank you very much. Over to my colleague for his portion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I belong to Social Science Group. Myself, Dr. Somnath Hajra from Women's Christian College, Department of Education. I am just continuing the gist or summary of our group. AI can give a scope of personalized learning experience, which actually belongs to inclusive education. I think all of you have aware about the term inclusive education. If we find any blind student, find any hearing impaired student, there are several types of AI apps which helps them immensely to learn anything or to learn their subject. There are several apps that helps them to learn sign languages especially. And my next point is that if in the classroom of school students, there is a term that is activity based learning. If we engage AI in activity, that is AI driven activity based classroom, the classroom became more engaging for themselves. At first it was activity based classroom. Now it is AI driven activity based classroom. The classroom became more learning, classroom usually gave them learning experience, but now it is giving them more learning experience for the children in the classroom. They are also enjoying their learning. Thank you from the group of social science. Thank you.
When one group is done, the others can ask questions to the group, and if the members of the same group have anything to add on to what the person is saying, that is also okay. That is what Sir just now said.
To read literature of different places, of different countries. So it is like creating a big horizon. Now the second is, as a teacher, we can prepare question bank for assessments, and the toughness of the questions will be measured as well. I want to say that we can set question for different students who are in different levels. So that also helps us. Now my respected colleague already told it. So preparing teaching aids like PowerPoint presentation, visual aids using AI, for example, text to image and text to voice. For example, if my colleague is teaching Merchant of Venice, so he can recreate the image of that time through AI. It will be a visual aid for our students, and we cannot even imagine it will give a better impact to our students. And also, we thought about AI storytelling, So we can take the matter from ChatGPT, put it in text to voice, and then make a video over it. So it will help our students to imbibe the knowledge in a different way. So it is not actually discipline specific. In every discipline, we can do that. Now we tell our students to reach a lot of articles. Now, first of all, we need to read them. So sometimes what we can do, we can read the article first and summarize in few points, which AI will help us to make that summarization. And what we can do now, see, as just one session before we learned about entrepreneurship and others, now students are facing unemployment. So they can create portfolios. For example, one is very good storyteller, or one is a very good writer or painter, whatever he is. So he can showcase his talent in a website or in blog. But we are not tech people, we teach language. So who will help to make or write those long codes? AI will help. So you tell AI, ChatGPT or DeepSeek, whatever it is, that write code for me, and these are my requirements. It will create the website. And anything you can change. Momitati is there, he teaches us a lot. And now the last point is, in every college we have LMS, Learning Management System. And believe me, it's less efficient. It's not efficient because it is not AI driven. Now, I am having a class, and after that, after each class, if I give one questionnaire, 10 questions or 5 questions, and even the questions can be made through AI, and throughout the time, we can assess each and every student throughout the semester, throughout the course, and we don't need to follow them. The marks will go automatically. If they have problem in specific area, it will also be detected. So I think these will be very good points in case of language, and my esteemed colleagues made this. I thank all of them, and thank you for listening to us. Thank you.
I am Obik Sinha from Scottish Church College, and here he is
Rahul from St. Xavier's College.
Xavier's College. So talking about the implications of AI in our subject, fortunately or unfortunately, we are both from statistics, and in our group we have faculties from computer science and physics. So first of all, I want to mention one thing, that we should not actually discuss implications of AI in our subject. What we should discuss is implication of our subject in AI. So anyway, talking from a general point of view, as everyone has mentioned, that AI can be used for the students as well as for the teachers to make very quickly making any PPT related to any topic. Okay, and actually for research also, AI is proving to be quite useful for academic writing, I mean, and even for customized writing. If you interact with AI too much, then AI will understand the way you want to express something, and it can be a customized machine version of yourself, which can help you to develop, I mean, fast pacing research material writing. Okay, and for I would like to pass on to Rahul.
Okay, so another factor is the environmental impact by AI. Because we know that AI like ChatGPT consumes a lot of power, and it actually requires a lot of water also. So it has a very bad impact on the environment, and it has a bad implication in the society as well. Because in nowadays we can see that AI are used to generate images of fake identity cards, etc. Right?
Okay, I would like to end with one thing. I would like to borrow one statement from my colleague earlier, who said that who is going to generate so many codes in an instant bit. Yes, AI can do that. But I would like to share a news which came on Economic Times. It was like that a person was using Cursor AI for some gaming app. Okay, so AI kind of wrote 800 lines of code and then blatantly refused to write it further and commented like that, you have to understand how to program it, so you continue, don't ask me. So it's like that, it's not actually funny. We have kind of seen AI AI chatbots for only 1 year. So we do not know whether AI will be conscious in next few years. What we are thinking that we are going to implement the AI assisted teaching and learning in the next 1 year or 2 years, then AI can completely change and maybe it can direct us how to teach and everything. So we cannot actually predict the future. What we are discussing today, it may maybe prove that actually AI and the top-notch corporates and everything, they are thinking quite faster than us. So we may always lag behind. It's not a guarantee that AI assisted teaching will save us. Oh, it's related to the GPU for cooling purpose. Yes. As for example, the Ghibli trend. Okay.
Representing the economics group, the 4 of us, economics teachers. There will be more examples maybe than theory. Number 1, in teaching learning, AI will help us to simulate real world economic scenarios that the students can and will analyze. Number 2 is, we will take AI in forecasting economic behavior and its impact on public policy. Okay, so a positive point from here and a negative also from here. Any model can mathematically predict the risk of failure and success, but they cannot predict the uncertainty part. Disruptions cannot be predicted. If you take the behavior of the tariff placement pattern given by Donald Trump, nobody expected it and no model nowhere could have predicted it. So the models can predict us, can take us to a level, but the sharp fall of stock market after the counter tariff assigned by Donald Trump government, this could not be predicted by the AI. So there lies the failure. The next part that will come is about disaster management. AI will predict the disaster and the economics of disaster management will be done by the economics people. Public parks, the entry fees. What we are told is there are CCTV cameras that take in and analyze your happiness pattern, and on that happiness pattern is determined the entry fee for that park. So therein AI will come for us to make the public policy of entrance for that park. Game-based learning, we call it experimental economics. The Abhijit Binayak was working on this genre of economics. I can just put in an example taught by our erstwhile professors in CU. When the first thing as a economics student we first learn is, I am a utility maximizer. I maximize my utility. So, if I play this game, I have a $100 note, I want to share it with you. If I play this game with you, in 90% of the situation, the sharing will be 60-40 because I know your face. I don't want to look a very bad woman, bad guy, and I will take 90 or 99, I will give you 1. But the moment we play this game with the computer, the answer will always be 99:1. I will give myself 99 and I will give the computer 1 because computer is a faceless soul. So after a point of time, the AI will model all these psychological factors into the thinking of economics. We have a practical paper, we call it, everyone has, SEC. The theoretical part, we would like to teach mostly from the textbooks because those are classical thoughts. But the SEC, the applicative part of economics, we will take AI to learn from them. Okay, what is a negative of using AI in teaching, economics teaching? Some students may need more human interaction, original thinking from the teachers than they can learn from AI. So that rubric of our explanation and our assessment part, that would need human intervention after a while. And in research, we can scan a large volume of literature, we can do big data analysis, but what we maybe can't do is the moment the group just before us was sharing, the moment I put in my thoughts into AI, AI assimilates it as its own, and before maybe I can do any needful research on it, AI has got answers before me. So I will not share my innovative ideas with AI. No, never. So I end it here from the parts of economics.
Hello. Yeah, in biological sciences and chemistry, we have botany, microbiology, zoology, and chemical sciences together. So we have a lot of implication of AI, and it is a part of our learning and teaching. Decades ago, bioinformatics was part of curriculum in majority of the biosciences syllabus, where sequences of genes, proteins, etc. are lodged into National Center of Biological Information, NCBI database, and they are being continually used by researchers to engineering genes or marker-assisted breeding, or you can say molecular docking. And now it is way ahead than only finding out genes in sequences. We have certain videos released by Nature, as well as some other EMBL, European Molecular Biology Association. They have launched videos. First, molecular films are brought into the websites of their own, and which are also available in YouTube, where students and researchers can gain substantial information on how genes work, on how proteins move in cells, and how chromosomes look like inside cells, in situ localization of our own genes. So they have a lot of medical as well as basic science applications, and these can be used as effective tools in teaching learning also. But one word of caution is that these are part of our constant effort. A teacher or a scientist or several scholars, several labs are behind the screen who work for maybe 10 or 15 years to develop such one kind of molecular film that is released in Nature and all the leading science lab platforms. So they are not a very easy hotcake in market that can be sold and utilized without copyright. So we should be much more conscious in the age of AI for a very tactful utilization of resources, and teachers can use those resources, but to create those resources, one has to dedicate time in laboratory and several other, whatever it needs for doing science is without AI. We have to work in labs day and night to develop models, and then comes the use of AI as a secondary supplementary factor where we have softwares which are developed by computer professionals. They are paid also. Some of the softwares are freely available where we can put on our information which are gathered and which are monitored by experts who are monitoring those models and creating these videos. Apart from that, we have a lot of environment and simulation models which can work wonders for tracking animal behavior in forests. We can also do it like QTL-based mapping of genes when it comes to improvement of existing crop varieties like rice, pulses, etc. Thereafter, identification of species nowadays takes helps of several AI softwares like Google Lens and maybe something else, I don't know that much. But that should be used with pretty caution because a taxonomist is required to authenticate what a student identifies it to be one plant or an animal species. So that is quite important. And wildlife protection, apart from animal health monitoring, also comes to be one of the implications of AI. So a lot of forest officers nowadays might have used AI, drones, etc. to monitor animal behavior in forests and to take effective measures for conservation of species which are getting endangered or are facing such threats. In chemical sciences, we have drug designing, reaction mechanism and optimization of structures, prediction of reaction coordinates, retrosynthesis for drugs, and some resources can also be studied. I think Parthoda would be a good person to address what other chemical applications, chemical sciences applications are.
Yeah, so regarding that, the chemical aspects, he said that the retrosynthesis means that we have a drug, so how it's synthesized from small molecule to big molecule. Retro means, drug means big molecule, so from small molecule we can start to finish a big drug, medicine. So AI can give some suggestions, it may not true, but he has trials, many trials. So based on that trials, any scientist can start from the beginning, but we need some clue. Based on that, we can maybe or may not approach that path, or maybe some obstacle, but based on some suggestions, actually AI can give some suggestions, and particularly from referencing and taking some literature. So based on the topic, if we have subtopic, so based on my requirement, they can give some accumulation of the references based on that area of my research or my findings, that they can help on that basis. But yeah, so drawback means that we have to cross-check all that things that produced. We have to check, cross-check by, yes, it is true, true reference, true volume or 2 pages is right or wrong. So we have to justify after getting the result. So this is the way we can use this AI in our chemical sciences.
So I would invite Dr. Glenn Shive to sum up this session.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to hear how you are thinking through the teaching learning implications of the AI. You've been doing this already, clearly, some of you. And I think we're at a stage where practitioners, you working with students in this university, in these colleges, with your students, you are tinkering. You are figuring out what are the advantages, how the optimization, how to customize learning for individual learners that are different. And so I think you're discovering the potentials for AI. And a lot of that sounds to me pretty positive for what you've been doing. We'd heard about, had active classrooms, right? You mentioned that AI is empowering the active, going to the next stage. So I think the implications for project-based learning is pretty good. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. So empowering students, I think that's what we're looking for, that AI-enabled students will outperform students that don't have access and use of AI. And that differential will start to expand pretty fast. And fast learners, fast adopters, early adopters will perform very well, and those that don't get it, that can't do it, that aren't somehow naturally disposed to it, are going to be laggards, are going to perform less well if in an AI-enabled environment. So, and how you use AI and how you think about it in your own research, and how you convey to your students how you are thinking about AI as a tool for your own research will be, I think, inspiring for them. And I urge you to share that, and how it's changing your life as a scholar, and the inquiry process that you're undergoing, that AI makes you think differently about your own subjects. And so I think there's a teaching learning moment that's very creative here. We've also talked about the downsides, and we can talk more about that, but I wanted to ask you, in a sense, beyond the classroom. We talked about the disciplines and teaching your students in your subjects. But I would also ask you, we can talk more about it later, but what do the colleges, what do the universities, what should they be doing to help you adapt AI to your teaching and learning in an optimal way? What do you need from them? What are the things what's the support? And also, how can AI take away what I call the drudgery work of teaching? We are becoming bureaucrats, and we're no longer pushing paper, but we're pushing electricity around. And how can AI make our systems that we live in and work in more efficient, so that we have more time for students, right? Only so much time. Teacher time is the limited thing, most limited part of what a university is. And if we can push the routine aspects of our work into AI and ask the administration to help figure out how can they make our lives better by taking away some of the routine work that we're obliged to do, I think that would be a good thing. That would be a creative thing. I wonder, we're coming upon the end of the day, and I hope you found this interesting. I hope you've enjoyed engaging with each other, that you found some of the presentations from the resource people challenging, interesting, something new, something that you're looking at differently. And as I said, form is content. We talked about participation. I think we've been doing it, right? Look at where we're sitting. Look at how how many different arrangements have we done in this room in this one day? Just by physically being in different relationships with each other, a lot has happened to stir the pot. The proximity we have with each other, just physically, and meeting each other and knowing each other from before, but not before, and this is all part of the incidental and the serendipitous outcomes that occur from participatory teaching learning processes. So we try to refer to them as well as to do them. And it's always a little bit risky, we don't know quite what we're doing. We're not in control of our environment in all respects. And I appreciate that your tolerance and your patience with us. to go through the experience, and then we'll come out with something new. So I hope you have a good break. We'll refer again to the next part of our program is at 7 o'clock. That Spencer Benson will be with us. He has been teaching and consulting with universities around the world about AI recently. He is a microbiologist, and he has been a Fulbright scholar in multiple countries, and he has his own consulting business. He's not allowed to retire, but I've asked him a favor, and because he loves to come to India. He's sorry he couldn't come in person, but I think he's got something important to share, and I think that what you've heard from Father Verghese will be interesting to see what differences and what similarities do you find in his comments. And as you, Father Verghese, if you can maybe comment on his talk, or it's open for Q&A anyway at the end of his talk, but we would be particularly interested in your insights about how you see Professor Benson's take on the impacts that AI is having on higher education systems worldwide. So I think if you look globally at the higher education systems around the world, which higher education systems will adopt AI faster and better and more deeper in terms of impact on students and teachers, they're going to be the leaders of the future. And I think we're sitting in one of the centers of that. So thank you very much for today. Thank you very much for all the contributors, every resource person in the room. We thank you for bringing your resource, your curiosity, your concern for your students, your concern for the profession that you're in, right? That we're at an important stage of change, and we need to be graceful about it, and we need to pay attention, and we need to avoid some traps. I didn't hear a lot about traps. Maybe we need to talk more about that. That's the downside, is the dark side of AI. Well, we'll have more time to consider that, but we want to blend the technology capacities with our humanistic concerns. And if we can do that, I think we'll be in great shape. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at 7 o'clock online. Okay.
7 p.m. tonight, we are really taxing you. And at 7 p.m. we are going to meet another of our resource persons, Professor Spencer Benson. Just don't run away until and unless Professor Pinaki asks you to.
I have nothing more to say. Good food, good faculty, and a fulfilling experience. Thank you very much. Please leave for your places and please attend the next seminar right on time at 7 o'clock. Thank you so much. Tomorrow.